we give every glory and adoration, every exaltation. We come before thee this evening to present your truth to the whole world, that mankind may testify in time to come that it wasn't man that did it, that they had no strength of their own, they had no army, they had no weapons. All they had was the gospel of truth and of redemption. And behold, because their hearts and their minds were clean, because the Almighty found them unblemished, that was why they were blessed. And everything they asked for came to pass. That was why this same generation, this very Ipob shall endure, for flesh cannot be mortalized, but the truth of the Most High, who is timeless, who is ageless, shall prevail. And upon that very promise do we pray this evening, because your words are yea and amen. People wonder, how come you loved David so much? Man couldn't understand that David knew how to ask thee for anything that he wants. There was nothing that David ever asked for that he didn't give to him. That same secret is what we have. That is what we present before thee, to the hearing of the entirety of humanity this very evening, morning, noon or night, depending on where you're listening from. That we make this proclamation that your words are yea and amen, because you are God. Anything you say must come to pass. You are not man. Anytime, any word that you utter, documented by the sons of men in the Torah, in the scriptures, must come to pass. Because your spirit, you are not man, you are not mortal. Every word you utter must come to pass. And on that very premise do we anchor this very agitation. Because we go back to your scriptures, to your unadulterated, untampered with scriptures. In the book of Jeremiah we pray, chapter 16, verse 14. That is our prayer this very evening from where I am. You said, for you are Lord, you are God, you are the beginning and the end. There is nothing you created which can be equated nor used as an adjective to describe thee. You are bigger than all that man can ever imagine that you are. Only you is the beginning of time itself. That is why the ancients call you the Ancient of Days, the Ancients of the Ancients, for that is who you are. The I am that I am, and these are your words, because you are God. You said that a time is coming. According to the prophet Jeremiah, you said that a time is coming, and that time is now, this 2020. You said the time is coming when people will no longer swear by me as the living God who brought the house of Israel out of bondage in Egypt. These are your words, because you're God. You said a time shall come when people will no longer swear that this God of Moses, that led the God of Moshe, that led the Israelites out of the bondage and suffering in Egypt. Instead, these are your words, O Heavenly Father, with every reverence, humility, and submission. You said, instead they will swear by me as the living God, because you are living, everlasting, eternal, who brought his people out of the northern lands, out of the bondage from the north, for we inhabit the south. We are from the southeast. Oh Heavenly Father, you said, no longer will we remember you as the God of miracles that brought Israelites out of Egypt. We shall not be as the God that delivered his children from the criminals and darkness from the north. These are your words. And you were talking about Biafra. We are now going to swear by thy name and say, this God of Biafra that led his children out of the iniquitous existence which Britain fabricated for your children. And you said we are going to return from where you scattered us, from where they are killing us in Indonesia, from where they are killing us in Malaysia, from where we have been imprisoned in Brazil, from all the places we are suffering, all the places where we are being humiliated at the moment. You said, I will bring you back to your own country, to the land that I gave your ancestors, because I am God and I have spoken. And who is man to say no to the word of God? Upon this we anchor all that we do. We have no strength of our own. Upon your promise that came forth from the mouth of the prophet Jeremiah 16:14, you said, I will deliver you from the bondage from the north. The world will no longer say, this God of Moshe that led the Israelites out of Egypt. They will say, the God of Biafra that delivered them from the forces of darkness from the north. You were very specific. You said from the north. And you are God, and may your name be blessed forever and ever. He said,
Hello, my wonderful people of Biafra. Good morning and good afternoon and good evening and good night to some of us, depending on your time zone. This Mazi Umwekwensu, as I welcome you to this wonderful program, please may you welcome others. Today's program is going to be unique. Today's program is going to be educated, and today's program is going to be tough. Today we are here one-on-one with Ipob USAPRO, Mazi Emeka Iwundo. He's here with us today, one-on-one. So we will bring him and he will tell us more about himself. Yeah. Mazi, you are welcome to Fanatical IPOB program, Mazi. You are welcome, sir.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. You are welcome. Yeah.
Greetings to you, and greetings to all Biafrans.
Yeah. You are welcome.
I salute everybody.
Yeah. Mazi, please. It will be so nice for you to introduce yourself to Biafrans, please. Thank you.
Mazi Jumezu, thank you so much.
Yeah.
My name is Mazi Emeka Iwuagwu. I serve the people of Biafra in the capacity of National PRO, United States, IPOB. And I live here in Sugarland, Texas. Thank you.
Yeah. Maz, you are welcome. You are welcome. I know today's program is going to be unique. So as Onyendu we say, bring your pen, your pen and your book. But not pen and book from Jonathan Chinedu. It's only he gave information to Nigerian government and DSS. No. So just bring your pen and paper for you to put things down. And if you have a question, you can ask your question, please. First of all, I have to say I'm sorry because we don't put phone number, because we know reason why we don't put phone number. Because in a show like this, we're supposed to have phone number, but we have a reason why we don't put phone numbers. But the moment you put on phone number, people will start calling and start giving you false information. False information. No, we don't need it. Onyendu said 100 men. And Kantakano some weeks ago, he said 100 men. We are in the area of 100 men. So, but you can ask us questions. If you cannot come in, if you want to ask questions, you want to come in, you can send you the link. You come in and you ask question and you go. But phone number, no. Our program can do the same. I have. But Mazi, before we go, there is a a nice music from that we want to, pray for Biafrans to, just about 30 something minutes, 30 seconds minutes or something like this, 1 minutes.
Sure.
So
hallelujah, temo kama hallelujah, temo kama
please, as you come in, share the program. Share the program.
Madunile porogasi dago wanibu wania. Unde uchukuru gino bologasi gibiaburezi ha. Ndiye ime hallelujah temo kama. Upangwara kapana chukugaza mepere. Upangwara kapana hallelujah temo kama.
Yeah, this is wonderful. This is wonderful. Mazi, you're welcome back again, Mazi.
Thank you, Mazi. You got me dancing.
Mazi, all guys say, because right now we were more. I were more. I were more. Hey, so Mazi, how is the United States of America, Mazi? Can I thump on a heat, quick? What is going? Can I in America?
Yeah, we are warming up a little bit.
Yeah,
we are warming up a little bit. Even though in Texas, we are just watching out for the storm, because we just entered the storm season. We don't know what's going to happen. We have a different forecast coming in. So in the days ahead, it's going to be stormy.
Yeah. What? Okay. Well, I know a lot of people, mainly in Africa, they want Trump to be in that seat, because of the way of his doing things. But America, that is for America. America issue is for America issue. We are here to talk about our own motherland, Biafra. Come on now, ask Enyendeba. Mazi, before we hit, because today is going to be hot, Mazi, I told Chief Counsel Dozemu, aka Enemy at the Gates, and Chinas and Wankita. The reason why I always call Chinas and Wankita, I attach that Wankita because Chinas and Wankita on a book and Ketala. Go and check since 2021. Everything open. Woo. One in comment. Up to today. No? So, there is a memo. It's not a memo, a write-up. A write-up has more from the letters of state and the so-called leadership that counter Kano and his border. There are no more this, there are no more that. Now, look at that. We have defeated you guys. Chief Counsel, I told you, if you are man enough, use your office to put anything against our leader's family. It will be the same thing will apply to you. It's just a matter of days or time. So, Mazi, I want to bring up that write-up. Maybe you have come across it. But I want you to know, to say something about it so we can move speed to our program. Because today is going to be hot. I know the enemy are not comfortable. No? As you can see, look at that, I just target rubbish, look at it. Mazi, have you come across this thing? If you can answer creativity, yeah?
Because, things like this keep coming up. Which one is this?
Yeah.
Remind me what you said, because some of them, when I come across them, I don't even read them.
Yeah. This one is, they say from Ipob leadership, the directors of states of indigenous people of Biafra, public notice. These two individuals, they now may say Kantakana and President, they are not Ipob, blah blah blah. Just light up. Not even a memo, not even a literal hater. Chike Paul Edoziem is afraid. All those things I want to explain there. That's great here.
Mazi, let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
This guy, they put his name there, Patrick Ikem.
Yeah.
Where is he now?
He's in Italy. He's Italy. They give him a post in BTV. Yeah.
Okay. Because Patrick Ikem, for the very few times I've listened to him, he sounds like an individual who understands and who are very discreet in what he says. But when I come to read this, it looks to me like somebody is manipulating him and somebody is speaking through him. Because this doesn't sound like what Patrick Ikem would put up. I don't think he did it. I may be wrong, because you never can tell what will come from these people. But I saw it and dismissed it as one of those propaganda tools they spread. And that's all about this.
Yeah. So, Mazi, we don't have to waste time for this rubbish. Sure, rubbish. Come, look at the rubbish.
I see.
Yeah, I am always time for this rubbish. So, if Chika Paul Edoziem is man enough, if Chinasa Nwodo is man enough, let them put up there from the office. Then now I got Chika Paul Edoziem. But with this, we can't waste our energy on this. No, we can't waste our energy. Let Chika Paul Edoziem use his office and the memo, the Ipob, and put his signature and put our stamp. Then I went to Mazi. I got Chika Paul Edoziem. Mazi all there.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah. So, Mazi, everything, there's a lot.
Let me call on this. There was another memo, I think you sent it to me, about the fundraising they are claiming they're going to have in USA.
Yeah.
Sometime next month.
Yeah.
I wonder, they've been making that call for money. And if I may ask, maybe Paul Achebe may help them answer that question, because he has been asking them all the money they've been collecting, what are they doing with it?
Yeah.
So this money they want to raise in the United States, I don't know if they have a project, if they have anything they are doing with it, because Onyendu's legal fee is paramount above any other thing. And the maintenance, maybe the Biafra radio stations. We were paying that fee until sometime last year. I think, to be precise, February last year. when Madam Anya stopped making that payment. Besides that, I don't know what Chinas Anwuru and Chike Doziem is doing with the money they are collecting, because they are not contributing in any form of fashion for owning those legal fee. If I've challenged them over and over, if they are, let them come forward and present that they are taking care of owning those legal fee directly or indirectly. Yeah. I know for sure they splitted them ESN and other forms, other areas of IPOB for the purpose of collecting revenue, which they are doing now. They're coming to the United States. But I tell you, the same group they saw in United States in 2022, 2023 are not the same group they're seeing now. Because the reality is dawning on people in the United States. They are finding out what these people are doing. They know that they are raising these funds for their stomach and their pockets. I challenge them as they do that fundraising. They keep calling on ESN. They are not funding ESN. I know that for sure. I may not get into specifics, but let them at least disclose to their followers that they are funding ESN. They know what I mean by this. Let them do that. I will just leave it there. Thank you.
Yeah, Mazi, you're welcome. Mazi, to help you out for what you just said, let us also listen to this what he said.
That the leadership of IPOB cannot give account of the money Methuselah raised. The only thing I'm about to raise is an ego travel now, ego plan down. But you keep on saying you will do this. We don't even know whether Methuselah raised fund and use it to sponsor bandits. That the leadership of IPOB cannot give account of the money Methuselah raised. The only thing I'm about to raise is an ego travel now, ego plan down. But you keep on saying you will do this. We don't even know whether Methuselah raised fund and use it to sponsor bandits.
So the reason why I play this short video clip is for those we would like to give them their money. You're on your own. I didn't make the money for you, and I cannot decide where you put your own money. But I'm here to tell you that you are putting the money in the wrong direction. Mazi Nankanu said, any fundraiser that Madam Nyanya is not aware, that fundraising is not authorized. So I will come on this their fundraising maybe sometime next week on a program for it. I will tell people what they did not know. But for now, let's move ahead, Mazi. Mazi, do you agree with me that this will stand on Supreme Court judgment 2022? Do you agree with me that it's a trap for Mazi Nandekam? The reason why I say it's a trap, federal government plan it, the SAC lawyers make sure it comes to reality, and they now use Chika Paul Doziem and Chinas and Wankita to project it to Biafrans that we stand on Supreme Court judgment. Mazi, this last court, I told people that Biafra is a spirit. Bitanyako was forced to confess, to pronounce it as their plan, and say that if people don't take time, I will enjoin this trial indefinitely. This was the plan, that if Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Onyendu Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, pray on the side with Chika Polydosium that he stand on 2022 Supreme Court judgment, they will say, okay, you don't want to obey the highest court in the land, the apex court. They will throw our leader. They will envelop Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, just like what Jonathan is saying. They will envelop our leader and keep it somewhere, that you don't want to obey the highest court in the land. But our Mazi Nnamdi Kanu legal team, a wise counsel, and his team, they are so wise. Our leader's family and our leader too. It's okay. When you talk, I go this million more. I say, "Oh, go that million more." When I talk, I say, "Oh, walk." I say, "Oh, walk." We dance naked with people. And today, our lawyer Ejimako is studying them with their rope. So that's why I say it's a trap. For that, we stand on 2022 judgment. So, Mazi, do you agree with me on this? So, please, the floor is yours, Mazi.
Mazi, the whole thing sounds like oxymoron to me. The process of moving from trial court to appeals court to Supreme Court in the land is for clarification of justice. The Supreme Court handled it, itemized the way they look at the standing, and referenced them back to court of origination. And it beats my imagination that the judge in this high court never gave into consideration any of those points pointed out by the Supreme Court. It's like they mixed up everything and started the trial from the beginning, just like it never happened before. You see, there is something going on. The judge is not making any reference to the Supreme Court. Whatever the Supreme Court said, she sets it aside and continues with a new trial. It's like she is taking vengeance on Onyendu because of what the appeals court did, dismissing the rest of the charges she did not throw out from High Court. And then the Supreme Court sent it back to her court. She's now revisiting all of them in a new statement. All of them packaged in one charge. Now, for anybody to say in appeals court we stand means that they never recognize the process or they do not understand the process. The process went exactly the way it should. It's just that this judge in the High Court is setting aside everything the Supreme Court said and refused to follow the procedure. Even the climax is her refusal to set a climate or a situation where Onyendu will have the privacy to discuss his case with his attorneys. She doesn't want that to happen, and she knows that's a breach of the law. And still, she handles it the way she does, which means this is beyond what they claim as the rule of law. They are moving into a different direction. But I'm happy that what she is doing is being understood by the legal team of Onyendu. And they are challenging her based on that without emotions. They are thinking it through, pointing it out, at the same time, following it with caution. And I'm very sure this case is getting into the area, this very sensitive area, where their intent will be made known to the people of Biafra, Nigeria, and the world, because there is no rule of law in this process they are bringing out. I'll leave it there.
Ndewo Mazi. So Mazi, ebe nchọka ka aka. Well, we need you to to talk in this area. Mazi, if that we all say that we stand on this decision of our appeal court, and our lawyer Ejimako never went back to the High Court, what do you think will be our position, or what do you think will happen to Onyendu if we also we stand on appeal court? Because Mazi, if Ezekome want to stand on that appeal court, Ezekome wouldn't have allowed the federal government to have their way on the state execution. At the same time, Ezekome will not also go to Supreme Court. So now, if we say, okay, Onyendu, don't go to court, Ayamangebe anywhere, we start on this appeal court 2022, what do you think will be the outcome of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB?
They understand what they're doing. The people who are following them are quite ignorant of the way the system works or the legal procedure works. If Attorney Ejimako and his group go along with what these people are saying, the result will be Onyendu being detained indefinitely by the justice. And they know that anybody who is saying on Supreme Court decision will stand, what does that mean? Supreme Court is done with it. Appeals Court is done with it. And Supreme Court sent it back to the High Court. And people are saying on Appeals Court will stand. That means they're telling the judge in the High Court to detain him infinitely. That's exactly. If the legal team says that we are not going with this case anymore, we want the implementation of the Appeals Court decision, what Justice Binta Yanko gonna do is, that's fine. Let us wait for the Appeals Court. And Onyendu will be in detention indefinitely. And that's what they are speculating. But their game is up.
Yeah.
Their game is up.
Yeah. Mazi Ndewo. Now keep your go, keep a say why and say why ever. So people will understand what we are saying. Because if we say that we stand on appeal court, that Onyendu will not go to court anymore, they have enveloped Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because Bintanyako was forced to pronounce it on the last court session. Or one could say, I will not wear that if you don't take time, I will. No, I will, postpone this indefinitely.
Yeah.
This was actually the plan, Mazi.
She is reading their mind.
Yeah,
and they are pushing her. She sees the two sides. These people are doing this, and these people are doing this. And she is saying, if this continues, I will wait until you guys are ready. And what that means is indefinite detention of Onyendi.
Yeah. So, but you can see, when these people will come on this same radio Biafra, they will just use this power of microphone to deceive the gullible ones. Mazi, I have come on air. I put it out there. I told them, this is the chat card media worms. And also Jonathan Kinetic. I said, take me on debate. Let's tell Biafrans about the state execution. Let's tell Biafrans who make that state execution to be in place. Can you Biafra the truth? How federal government won that case against our leader? Mazi mana also name me to sell 1,000 teeth. Biafra child say you should not accept the debate too. You should not accept the debate too. But this was the same person me to sell. Now got from platform to platform. Not on the that's no need the debate. Mazi, yeah, we say debate. Man, not in the code of conduct. That's what they call us. Now the only 5 people. That we are only 5 people. So Mazi, we throw the challenge to them. Come on, let's tell Biafrans the leasing court granted federal government state execution against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Those that make it possible, because they know that we have the fact. We have the fact and figure. Ifeanyi Ejiofor took affidavits, and he told us that Ezekome instructed him to do so. And if you go on the judgment from the appeal court, they stated, because Ifeanyi Ejiofor cannot defend the affidavits he took. That was the reason they granted the federal government the state execution. And Ifeanyi Ejiofor know that this is against ethics of the law. So, Mazi, Biafra wabala. So I mean also, but they think, I told them that we will use our little space to debunk every of their lie, every of their blackmail. That this is not 2021. This is not 2021, Mazi. Mazi, now that there is, so let's look into for what you just said. Biafra would like you to add that on this area. Let's bring this. Although I play it yesterday, but
we were able to avoid the situation that if it had happened in court today, it would have been a deviation from Section 36 of the Constitution, which guaranteed every Nigerian the right to fair trial. The prosecution was forcing a situation on the court today that trial should continue or should proceed today. But our position was this, which comports with the law, that we have not had any opportunity. We have made this very clear. It is not about having access to our client. We do have access, but our access is monitored, hampered to the point that we are unable to discuss with him within that zone of confidentiality that is guaranteed between a lawyer and his client, and that enhances the defense we shall prepare to properly defend him against charges that carry the death penalty. So our position comports with the law, with Section 36 of the Constitution, that unless fair hearing can be guaranteed, no Nigerian can be subjected to any trial. You can check it out. We are not making it up.
Like I said, lastly, on 20th May, the court will interpret one way or another. Let's presume, are you ready for any eventualities if it doesn't go the way you want or the way you prayed for the court to go?
Well, the attitude of a very good defense counsel is to cross the bridge when it gets to it. So we're not going to speculate. We're not going to preempt the court. We trust that the court will do the right thing when we come back by 28th May. If it doesn't, then we cross that bridge. Thank you.
Fortunately, he didn't give a ruling, or she didn't give a ruling. I think they are referred to here, whatever. So let us wait on the 20th. If she makes a ruling, one way or the other, wherever they stand, then we can take the battle from there.
For some people are saying that yes, political solution could be a way out of this situation. What do you think about this?
I will not comment on that. Whatever I'm involved in that is very serious underground, I will not comment on that. I support them in what they are doing. If there are things we're also doing some other places, we'll continue doing it. But I can tell you by the grace of God, Nnamdi will not stay in this building in the next 2 or 3 months. Or else I'm not part of this country. I like that. I can tell you that by His grace.
We appreciate it. Thank God.
Thank you very much.
So, Mazi, you had it openly, you know? That man, the last man you had, Biafrans. Let me, for your information, in case some of you don't know, the last man that spoke, his name is Chief Dan Olasi. He's a political appointee to Awade the Mazi Nnamdi. Mazi Nnamdi can appoint him in that position. And that was the same man, Chinasa Wankita, came on radio and lied to you guys that Mazi Nnamdi family chased him out of the field. Today, you guys saw him. Because I always said, lies don't last test of time. Lies don't last test of time. This was the same man, Chinasa Wankita, told you guys on radio that only the family chased away. That only the family chased Agabi away. Now, between Chinasa Wankita and Onyedu's family, who is threatening lawyers that we have the evidence? It's Chinasa Wankita. We have a lot of on videotape how it threatened our lawyers, how it threatened the Igbo politicians. Today, I want to for Chief Dan Olasi, he's there talking. Maz, please, if comment on this issue.
Biafran saw Chief Dan Olasi making his statements and affirming what has been going on. I think whatever he's saying, he knows what he's saying. And we don't need to expatiate on that because there are certain things that are left unsaid. He understands where this is going, and he knows exactly how to move the pointer from one end to the other. However, the crucial thing in these statements they made, especially by the attorney, Aloy Jimako, without attorney-client privilege, you cannot commence the trial because the attorney will tell you when they are ready for trial. And if you give them time and he comes back and tells you that I never had the privilege to discuss this case with my client, how can you proceed? And the question becomes, why is it difficult for the judge to ask for details or to say, now from this time to this time, I am ruling that you and your client must have time to prepare for this case. If you have any difficulty, report back to me within this process. And then she has the power and the authority to tell the state that if you continue interfering in attorney-client privilege, I'm going to dismiss this case. That judge has the right to make that claim and says, we must start this case from this time to this time. And I'm giving you this time and this time to prepare your case with your client. And then to the state, please stay away. This client and his attorney must be given this space to prepare for the destiny. Not only that it is the law, it is common sense that you have to prepare your case with your client before you come to court. It happens everywhere. You don't need rule of law to enforce that. And the judge who has not seen this as difficulty, that means the judge has something she is hiding from. The judge has the authority to tell the state, I want you to stay away from this client and the attorney. I am giving them this privilege to go here or to stay here and prepare for their case without any interruption in what they're doing. So this judge, I'm not talking of DSS, this judge knows her authorities and knows what to say or what to do, but has refused to do it. DSS is not in question here. DSS will do what they know how to do best. But this judge knows to say, I want these people moved from the eyes of DSS and the ears of DSS to prepare their case, which must commence on this date. If DSS don't do that, then the judge has the right to tell them, if this instruction is not followed, I will dismiss this case. I will throw out this case. And that's it. But she's not doing it.
Yeah. So, yeah, Mazi, you're welcome, Mazi. Mazi, whatever shenanigans Binta Nyako is playing, we are not surprised. Mazi, you know why? Because she's supposed to be on retirement. She's supposed to be on retirement. But they brought her back. Reasons, because he's the one that they want her to play this game, because they have things against her, against his family. Her husband, his husband, and his son. So it's a ball game. So they are telling her, you have to do this. If you don't do this, we have to bring this up. She's supposed to be on retirement. But that's why I told people that we so much appreciate the wise counsel of Macron and his team. Aloy Macron understood the game, and is playing that game with them. Today, he's now using that same rope to rope them. Now, Aloy Macron is telling the judge to obey the Supreme Court judgment. If we did not obey that judgment from Apex Court, they will be the one telling us, why didn't you guys obey the Supreme Court, which is the highest court in the land? But today, as it is today, it was Aloy Macron is telling Binta Nyako, you should obey the Supreme Court. Supreme Court said that Maznan can Bay should be the state. The state is Bay. Supreme Court condemned invasion of his house. So,
Maz, from what you said before, that this judge, they have something on her husband, and her son.
Yeah.
If that be the case, and she finds herself in this predicament, there is something she can do. She knows that justice must prevail in this court. And if she's not the one to render justice to this case, she has the right to recuse herself and said, I'm not the right person to do this, or I'm looking at this case differently, or this case, I cannot handle it. She can recuse herself and go away. And another justice will come into the case. But she's not doing that. She's trapped in there. I wonder what they have on her that will make her go this extent of this, go through this type of torture.
Yeah, man, sorry, Maz, that is the issue there. Because that is why, because Maz can say to her, I will defeat Nigeria government in your court. And he said, okay, let's see. Now, Mazi, that is why they have something on her. And that's why they are using her, because any other judge will release Mazi for a very long time. Any other judge will comply the judgment from the Supreme Court. Now, do you know that first time they went to the High Court, she said that she have never seen she never read the judgment from Supreme Court. Can you imagine?
She's playing games.
She said she never read the judgment from Supreme Court. Now, the last court on 17th, now our barristers, he started pointing out to her. Supreme Court said this, Supreme Court said that, say this, say that, you know. And she's trying to put aside the judgment of Supreme Court because they are using her. They are telling her, you must do this, forget. And that's what Mazi said. Mazi said, I will destroy Nigeria. When I would have pronounced this statement, they think Mazi will come with guns and bullets. But also, no, will destroy Nigeria today. The whole world is talking about the Nigeria judiciary. We can see BBC even talk about it. You know, this is the war Mazi is talking about.
Yes.
Because I could remember there's an interview they interview Mazi and the lady asked him, if it comes to war, will you go to war? Mazi said, no, I will not go to war, but I will use my mouth to destroy Nigeria. I will continue to push, to expose them. And Awala is doing it today. Maz, let's listen to Aloy Ejimako, one of his press statements from Aloy Ejimako, before we can move into this enemy within that's working with, that they are working with the Nigerian government. Excuse me.
On human and people's rights, complaining about the Python dance and proscription of IPOB, and he won. The African Commission, which is a branch of the African Union, wrote a letter to the then president calling for implementation of certain things they asked him to do. One of them being that he should henceforth cease and desist from further prosecutions or law enforcement actions against IPOB members, and in particular Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. That decision was ignored. The United Nations intervened in 2020 and 2021 with similar decisions. Those two were also ignored. After his rendition, the United Nations intervened again in July 2021 and issued a celebrated opinion that he should be released unconditionally. That too was ignored. Now, a federal high court sitting in Omaha in October 2022 issued a decision condemning his detention, declaring it illegal and unconstitutional, his current detention in Abuja. That too was ignored. Back in January 2022, a high court of the state of Abia had awarded him 1 billion naira as compensation for the damages he suffered or that issued from that infamous Python dance. Payment of that compensation is outstanding. So also is the apology to him that the court had ordered. And then finally, last year in October, a high court in Enugu State declared that the executive or administrative actions taken by the Southeast governors and the federal government back in 2017 to proscribe IPOB and declare it a terrorist organization, those actions were unconstitutional under Section 42 of the Constitution. This is important because all Nigerians are supposed to be treated equally. What had happened to IPOB in 2017 in terms of the proscription was a stark evidence of discrimination, which is unconstitutional under Section 42 of the Constitution. We have been saying that until last year in October, when a high court agreed that that is so. We had figured that in an enlightened society such as ours, which is subject to rule of law, the federal government would have taken steps pursuant to that.
Mazi, please, if you want to say something, please, you can just ask me to stop for you to say something, no, because this clip is up to almost 5 minutes or no, or about.
Okay.
So if you want to say something, please.
Now let me say this.
Yeah. Okay.
In criminal justice system, there is something they call stare decisis. That is using a judgment that has been rendered in one court as a point of reference for similar case in another court. But this is not happening with Binta Yanko. What this is telling us is that the High Court in Noma here, the High Court in Enugu, and other courts within the country are quite separate and not related to the High Court in Abuja. That justice, Binta Yanko, is not interested what any other judge decided in another court within the country. That makes me to question the type of justice system they are running in that country. She's not interested in following the decisions or the directives of the Supreme Court. She's not interested in looking at what the appeals court did. Where is she getting her reference point in this case? Because similar case has been looked into by other courts and other justices within the Federation. But she's not interested in their decisions or what judgment is entered into the book by these courts. Then is she making up her own law as she moves on? I am sure that whatever she concludes, if it goes to appeal, the appeals court will throw it out and do the same thing because she has not followed the decisions of other justices in different courts. And if it goes to Supreme Court, they'll do the same thing because she's not following their instruction. She is ignoring every suggestion and every instruction they gave her. That way, I do not know where she's going with this. Maybe she is dancing to the music they are playing for her until she does what they want her to do. And then the appeals process will start all over again. Maybe that's how she wants to escape from this case, since she's not interested in recusing herself. And she's threatening the lawyers everywhere. She doesn't have what it takes to give instruction to DSS to allow the attorneys and their client to prepare their case before she starts the hearing. I wonder what she's doing. To all intent and purpose, I know that history will not be kind to her in her judgment, whichever way she goes. History is not going to be kind to her. But let's watch and see. Thank you.
Ndewo Mazi, Ndewo. Biafrans, please hit the like button. We told you in our program, we say the way it is. I believe in saga. No, but I hope that you are getting the point. I say count your biro and your paper. You can see the point Mazi Iwuagwu is dishing out. We are not the Jackass media warriors, no. But after this, we are coming for China Samankita. I hate you, Timbodombo, who will expose how he's working with the Nigerian government and with Jonathan Chinedu with facts. Here, we will play it. We will play the video clip. So, Mazi, to end it up, I think we have to remember what Mazi Nakam said. They are wasting my time. They know that they cannot defeat me in this court. They know it's a political issue. They are wasting my time. So Big Kanyako is just wasting time. And you know that whatever judgment he give out, and if we go to appeal court, it will be I defeat here there. We defeat the government there. He knows that. So they are using her. He's buying time. And they are wasting my time here.
Mazi, yeah? If you remember what I said in one of our programs, that the court system, the court is where balls are played. You have two teams. One person hitting the ball to the opponent's court, and they return it. And there's always an impartial referee there. Binta Yanko is not being impartial. She is a partial referee. But she knows that this ball will continue to go from one side of the court to the other side of the court. And in the process, you find out that what is happening in this case is nothing but racketeering. They understand what it means. And when Onyendu told her that he's going to defeat the federal government in her court, she, in essence, understood what Onyendu said. Because there is no justice in that court. Because justice will not come from that court. She is listening to external bodies until when she shows her frustration in this case. Since she doesn't want to recuse herself, she will continue being frustrated until somebody will see it and say, this woman is going to stroke out. Is she going to die in this case? Give her a breathing space to save her face and get away. She has climaxed in this case. She wants them to know. She is crying, telling them, I am suffocating in this case. But nobody's listening to her. She is stuck. She is stuck. And she got some people who are thinking. She got some attorneys who are critical thinkers. Let's see how she gets off this. Onyendu Nnamdi Kanu is not the issue. She is the issue. Biafrans will find out. Nigerians will find out very soon. Thank you.
Let's continue for my lawyer, Marco, the wise counsel. Let's continue with it from him.
That judgment of October last year to file some sort of application to withdraw the proscription of IPOB as it is and to cancel the terrorist toga that is placed on IPOB. Why? Because that very proscription in 2017, being ex parte, did not give opportunity to IPOB or any of its members to make representations as to why it should not be proscribed or as to why it should not be declared a terrorist organization. That offends Section 36 of the Constitution, which required that any law that derogates from the right of any Nigerian, his right to fair hearing, should have given him an opportunity to make representations. So these are the several violations. And unfortunately, these violations have led to incalculable damage to citizens of this country, to innocent people, mostly in the southeast and south-south. Hundreds have been killed in pursuit or in law enforcement actions related to fighting IPOB. It's wrong to do all that on a mere ex parte order. Thousands are languishing in detention, and of course, you know, Nnamdi Kanu himself is also languishing in detention following his rendition. So, too many bad things have happened, and we're hoping that we'll come full circle to a point where people will sit back, government officials, the federal government, led by President Ahmed Tinubu, to look again at this case and to see whether this case has any merit at all, or whether the case was, as it were, politically motivated to the point that the present administration should not have any business inheriting it. When someone says, I do not want to belong to a country anymore, you don't lock him, you don't pursue him with bullets and manacles and all kinds of things to put him in jail or to prosecute him. You try to talk to him. That, I think, is the more sensible thing to do than this law enforcement that is not going to be the solution to it. Thank you. My colleague now will say a few things, and then we are going to conclude the press conference.
Our fear is the way and manner we have been denied access to him. As lawyers, we are entitled to meeting with our client Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, liaising with him, discussing and hearing from him what defenses he has against those charges. But each time we make effort towards seeing him, we are restrained by the DSS. I'm a victim. The allegations against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu are personal allegations against him. He's the only person that can tell his lawyers what he did and what he did not do, and what line of defenses he could rely on. And that is why Section 36, subsection 6, paragraph G, paragraph C, says that as an accused person, he's entitled to a lawyer of his choice. Now, in an attempt to utilize that opportunity, we go to him to hear from him, get his line of defenses, because we are not there when these allegations were made. We are not there when he's said to have committed these offenses. He's the only one that can tell us what defenses he has. But we are restrained. We are not allowed to liaise with him. If we go with documents for him to tell us his reactions to those documents are seized from us, they are scanned, they are photocopied. In the long run, we may not even get those documents back. Now, if we say, okay, please, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, charge number so and so says this is what you did, what is your reaction to it? We are not even allowed to take those documents to him. Those documents are seized from us.
To take notes.
And if we want to take note, they say this is the limited number of pages you can write from what he's telling you. These things affect the facilities the Constitution says he's entitled to. That is the provision of Section 36, subsection 6, paragraph G of the Constitution. That is our fear. It's not that we are disposed to accelerated hearing. We will in the long run succeed. But where we are not allowed access to him, or even the little access we are not allowed to get information from him, get documents from him, get him signed documents for change of counsel. We are constrained to say that this is not how it is done elsewhere. And we are two parties are contesting over a case in a court of law, and there is no equality. There is discrimination. Somebody has upper hand and is being allowed. I doubt if that prosecution or whatever we call it is the best as done in any other country. Wonderful. That is what we think is wrong. And if they allow us access as required by law, we will come here and celebrate with you when the man will be discharged, acquitted, and compensated. Thank you.
Mazi,
yeah,
this is hilarious. You know what was going through my mind when I listened to this? I am surprised that they have not framed any of these lawyers or charged them or even add to Onyendu's charge as enemy combatant. All these things they are doing is not for trial. They are doing it for a different purpose. One, first and foremost, to frustrate the defense. Not even Onyendu, because the judge has not called Onyendu to the stand, or has not asked if Onyendu wants to come to the stand and tell his story. But they are busy trying to break down the process of defense. That's what you see playing out here. Break it down, frustrate the defense, and then do not pose any question to Nnamdi Kanu. And then Justice Binta Yanko will then render her judgment. That is not trial. But that's the way they want to go about it. But thank God, these are resilient attorneys who are prepared and ready to do whatever it takes to give proper defense to their clients. And they are pointing all these things out to the world to see that in the event this justice do what they want her to do, that it was not out of trial or anything, but a setup. This is mental torture to both Onyendu and the attorneys. But unfortunately, the people are following up. They understand what they're doing. At the same time, the judge is torturing herself because they are not letting her off the hook. It's like when you are holding somebody down in a wrestling match. You yourself, you are on the ground with that person. You are not standing up. You are holding that person. Both of you are on the mat. This judge will find out. I don't know how she wants to do it, or she wants to throw in the towel, or in the form of judgment, or whatever she wants to do. She is talking of a speedy trial, and the defense is telling her, we want speedy trial, but we need attorney-client confidentiality. That's what we need. Give us time. All these things you say against our client, we want to pose those questions to our client and see what he says. It's like telling their client, the state said this against you, or the state said you did this. What do you have in response? And he will tell them. So that when they go to court, they tell the judge, we have discussed this with our client. And we believe our client because we noticed this, we have this evidence, we have this evidence, we have this evidence. This is how every trial goes. To the point until when the judge sees in reality what is going on. And then they strike a compromise, because in rare cases would you see judgment in the courtroom. Most of the time it is in the corporate house, in the golf course. That's where negotiations take place. Most of the time you think you go to court to get justice. No. No. It doesn't happen that way. But this woman has a chain in her neck. She wants to do the extraordinary, and she's going to choke. I'm sure she knows that, and other judges have told her, and she has refused to take the directives of a Supreme Court or the judgments of other courts in the land. She's going to choke. Let's keep watching. Another thing, this idea of her saying that I'm not, that if you provoke me, I'm going to set this thing to indefinite or adjournment. She is doing it, taking it 1 month at a time. She knows what she's doing. At the same time, she is taking care of other things that she sees in between, that she understands. She is very cautious, but she's running out of time if she doesn't take time. She is running out of time. Thank you.
Ndewo, Mazi. Mazi, ndewo. So, Biafrans, those that are listening to, are watching us, if you have question, you can ask your question. Then Mazi, Emeka, will be glad to have your question. And if you want to come in, you can send you a link. You come in, you ask your question, then you go. Then we continue. So, Mazi, now let me play the devil advocate here, Mazi. Mazi, if we did not go to the court as Supreme Court direct us, then which other way that Mazi Naka will be out? Which other way?
Like I told you, following the instructions of the Supreme Court is the easiest way for this. If she wants a speedy trial or to go to trial, the attorneys must have their way. You cannot tell an individual you have a right to attorney, but the attorney has his or her hands tied behind her backs or his back. They cannot render justice. Even though, let me make this point clear, these lawyers are officers of the court, but they have a responsibility of fair representation of their clients. it has not come to the point where their position is compromised in this case. In a trial where the attorney's position is compromised most of the time, they go with the state. But this is not an issue. This is not the case. At least they must give the attorneys their confidentiality with their clients to prepare their case and let them fail. But they're not giving them that privilege. So if we have to negotiate, let us have something to negotiate with. You do not negotiate empty-handed. It's give and take. And when I don't like what you ask me to bring, I'll tell you it's impossible. I cannot do this. That will be contrary to the principle of what I'm doing. And what I'm doing is not illegal. How can you create illegality out of something that is not illegal? And that's exactly what they want to do. And the attorneys are saying, before you do that, give us a chance to prove to you that this thing that you're saying is illegal is not, after all, illegal. And that's where the situation is. Even though I'm not a lawyer to make assumptions on this, but I have some insight into some of these things because I'm somebody who is very curious and somebody who studies. This judge is in a very tight and difficult position. She is.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Ndewo Mazi. Mazi. Yeah, I want to bring this question back to your table again, Mazi. Mazi, I want you to take the way of the maybe our lawyers or justice system out of this. Which other way can the subject be out? Which other way that Mazi will be out apart from the justice system? Let's take it aside. Now, is there any other way that the subject can be out?
Yes, Mazi. Yeah. I remember hearing the son Zokome saying that he quoted a part of the Constitution that gives the privilege to the president to discontinue the trial and release him. And you find out that in the case of Showore, that was exactly what happened. They discontinued the prosecution and threw out the case. With the other guy, I do not know exactly what happened. But in Showore, I know they discontinued the case, the prosecution. Okay. And Showore is a free man today.
Okay, so yeah. Maz, what you're saying is that is what you just said is under the umbrella of political solution, right?
Sure.
No,
you know what?
With the
hold on. Let me go back there.
Okay.
It may be called political solution because a non-judge or non-attorney has come into it. But remember, that's a privilege or a right given to the presidency to act in that capacity. I don't think I can call it political solution.
Okay.
Political solution is when you give me this and we agree on this and we do it this way, then we're talking of political solution. But when the president throws in his constitutional right in a case such as this, it is summarily executed, and that's the end of it.
Yeah. So that means we have two options apart from this justice system, either from the power from the presidency or political solution, right?
Sure.
Yeah. Is there any other way, Mazi?
I don't know what they're doing.
Mazi, you know what? No, because we are trying to explain to Biafrans, because China Sawanketa has been deceiving a lot of people. Also, so I want to play a kind of to the side now,
Mazi, before you go there, I will tell you that Chinasa is highly uninformed or ill-informed of what is going on there. He is back. When Chinasa backs, I wonder where he's deducing his line of argument, because he is consistently short of deductive reasoning or critical reasoning. When somebody voices certain things out of emotion without thinking and evaluating the consequences of what he says, it is very dangerous. And China Sanworu doesn't give a damn what he says. When he unleashes the dogs to go to war, that's all he wants to do, and not understanding the consequences of what he wants to accomplish. By the way, from his speeches, from his operations, I have come to understand that Chinasa is after certain individuals. Those he will drag to the mud, or those who are standing in his way in getting what he wants. So he doesn't care whether he's informed or uninformed. He just throws out the dogs to go for war, go for blood. Then go ahead.
Okay. Biafrans, I hope you guys are listening, because I'm here to play the devil advocate. I want to play that, I want to dance the music they're singing. Now we have established, apart from the justice system, we have established two ways another will be out: from the presidency, political solution, and Mazi, there is one again. I think maybe your mind haven't go there, or maybe should I say it? There's one again. There is one again, and we don't have the capacity to do that. Mazi, we should. I think this from I quote Mazi Nanikano. I already said that when Awoda was arrested in 2015 and 2017, I already appreciate people that make his bail condition possible. And Mazi Nanikano pronounce our brethren from coastal region, Tompolo, that Tompolo play a very big role. They seize some oil vessel in international water, and a lot of companies started complaining to their various countries, and they now put that pressure on Nigeria government. Now, this is another way. If China Sanwo-Olu know what he's doing, China Sanwo-Olu, Imo State and Abia State, These are the oil producing states that we know that companies are operating. Both gas, they're operating. China Samoa, what are you doing? If you should hold these companies operating in our own area to ransom, that should be another way that those companies will now refer this issue to their various countries, and they will call Nigeria government, because if you agree with me, in Nigeria, all the powerful nations in the world have one or two companies in Nigeria. Are you talking about America? America have Chevron. They have Texaco. They have Aliboti. Are you talking about Germany? Germany have B+B on oil sector. They have Dosbega. How about Shell? How about F? How about Saipan? All of them are cheap. So this is another area that maybe you will hold this multinational company to ransom and tell them they need to down their tools. And with there, they can relate to their country, and the country will compare Nigeria to say, no, look into this case, do this, do this. This is the third area. But China Samoa, you have no capacity to do that. So let's be clear to ourselves. Let's Biafra understand. So if we refuse to go this way, or this way, China Samoa is the capacity to hold this multinational company to ransom, to down their tools. He has no capacity to do that. So Mazi, I don't know. Say something, maybe,
Mazi.
Yeah.
Respectfully, I will say this. IPOB is not set up that way.
Okay. Yeah.
And going Kinetic, as China Samoa is prospecting, will be another bloodbath, which it seems like he doesn't care. Whatever he calls it, putting our people in the line of fire. Already, the butchers and the murderers are deployed for this type of behavior. And they are in the place they want to be. All they are waiting is insinuations like China Samoa is pushing forward. If that happens, you know he's not prepared. You know he doesn't have what it takes. You know he doesn't have the intelligence to do that. And you know that he doesn't have the authority in the first place to do that. In IPOB, China Samoa does not have the authority to make changes in established pattern of resistance. When our people are raped and killed in our farms, Onyendu responded appropriately and presented it to the world. This is what I am doing. And that is what it has consistently been. For anybody to go contrary to that and introduce one type of alternative or the other, it will be very disastrous. And in the process, he may not even survive what he's doing, thinking that he has partners in the process. No, he does not. He will end up destroying his own base. What he thinks. Nobody from the southeast corridor of that nation is free of all these traps these people are planting everywhere. They understand what they're doing. And remember, their master is the gauntlet or bloody British government. They know what they want to do. They are just studying and watching this situation like a hawk and using the people they are using, monitoring them, testing the water every day. And they encourage this type of position from Chinasa Nworu. They cheer him on to keep making this type of statement. And they are listening to what we are saying here and what other people must have said regarding this type of behavior. They know. Of all the nations in the world, only Nigeria still insists that IPOB are terrorists. Every country in the world, I've told them that's not true. And some Biafrans, wherever they are residing, appeal to the government of that country for asylum and get it, including this country where we live, because they know that these are not violent people. The organization is not violent. What they're preaching is not violent. They are following the procedure. But for somebody to bring in some measure or some level of kinetic in it, that is a very dangerous position to take. And I hope that Chinasa is listening to this. Thank you.
Ndewo, Mazi. Mazi, Ndewo. So, Biafrans, you see, we are here to educate ourselves. We are here to tell ourselves the truth, the gospel truth. Now, we have looked into ways that our leader, Mazi, will be out from this. And we have established 3 ways. And that 3 ways, the third one, IPOB was not structured to that. The first one, the president with his power can release our leader Mazi Kane. The third one, the second one, the political solution. And the third one is about through we're putting to arm something or to down the oil company in the area for them to down their tool. So the countries will put pressure on their government. And on that, Chinasa will have no capacity to do that. You can see how he's dividing us. Now, tell yourself the truth. Tell yourself to you that are shouting on appeal court we stand. I am people now. I am people now. After this program, which you will not stay back, will yourselves come back? That issue of let or Bugoro. I am able to get back. Because we need to tell ourselves the truth, the gospel truth. We have a wonderful legal team led by White Counsel Iwuagwu. Iwuagwu is on Twitter. They are making press. They are everywhere telling the whole world the atrocity of Nigeria government. But Chinasa Nworu will come on air to castigate these lawyers, this team of lawyers. We send this is the checkered media worm to go and attack them. So we see the ways we are present to you guys. I wonder will be out. Then tell yourself the truth. Now, Mazi, before we move to the to Chinas Sanwo-Olu and Jonathan Chinedu, how they are working for Nigeria government through the activities. There is our two sisters I want to bring up. Our two, I call them, they are great sisters I want to bring up. But I am so upset with them. I am so upset with them. I've been very, very upset with them. Because these two sisters, they have the stage, world-class stage. They have the space where when they speak, the world will listen. But they refuse to talk about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. All the so appalling. So I know when we start talking about it, please, those that are watching us, call that area and send to them. I'm talking about our great sister, Ngozi Chimamanda, and Ngozi Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, yeah. These two people, they are in a war stage, Mazi. I know you agree with me, because I have come across, seen some couple of videos from Chimamanda, from her, where he was talking about Biafra, where he was telling the world about Biafra. I said, okay, but I never come across her talking about the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. During the time of P2B, we saw the letter she wrote to White House about how the election is flawed, about this, about that. But Ngozi Chimamanda have never liked to the White House what they are doing to his own brother. Ngozi Chimamanda have never liked about the incarceration they are doing to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, about the extraordinary rendition, an international crime. And this lady with space, what space to tell the people what is going on. But Chimamanda refused to do this. How about our own mother too, that working in World Bank? I think it's the chair lady there, what? Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, these great Igbo daughters. Because onye gafuo ogbe, osiko ogbe kujie. Mazi, please, what do you have to say about this before we move to the other topic, please? It's very important. You are in America, so you can easily get to them. You can easily call them or write to them. So please, Mazi.
Mazi, you are talking about great world ambassadors. Having said that, I don't want you to forget that the president of the World Court, that's about ICC, is a Biafran, Usuji. He is a Biafran. When you look at this situation, these people, they are maintaining, according to them, a position of neutrality. Not that they like the killing that is going on there, or that what is happening to quote unquote Biafrans is the taste they want to have in their mouth. No. Sometimes people like this, they don't speak up because of the commitment they have to the world. And talking about Chibamanda, I listened to her speech to the German, I don't know if it's the parliament or something like that. I watched that speech. She was very meticulous and she chose her language very well, picked her words very well, carefully and respectfully. Sometimes there are the battle we fight, and when it gets to the point where the world start listening and say, who can we listen to? Who do you think would tell us the truth? Then the world has come in. They are listening. But remember also that Onyendu have told us time without number that in most of his diplomatic moves, he noticed that wherever the name Biafra is mentioned, people shut their mouths, pick up their parts, and walk away. Not saying anything. Then if you meet them privately, they would tell you those things happening to your people are horrific. Nobody can justify that. Then you ask them, why are you speaking out? Why are you not speaking out about it? He said, we have to take certain things carefully. That is why I call their position diplomatic. Not that they love what is happening. No, I don't think so. As a matter of fact, I don't know if you remember Dr. Akunyere, how they gunned him down in Onitsha. That's the husband of Dora Akunyere. I think Akunyere or yeah, Akunyere. He was gunned down in Onitsha.
Yeah, Mazi, because that's what I want to say that after you come down, because if not Dollar Akunyere, our the late great daughter of Igbos, Dollar Akunyere made Jonathan a president.
The president,
because Dollar refused to stand. He refused to keep quiet, to keep mute. He refused to dance with the caliphate. And Dollar said, no, I will speak up.
Yes.
And Dollar speak up.
And another thing, I don't know if you are listening to Dr. Kunjiwala when they kidnapped her mother.
Okay, look at him there, yeah?
The marketers, oil marketers.
Yeah.
When she was forced to resign, she said she will not resign. And they told the mother, until your daughter resigns from her position, we will not release you. Nigeria hushed it up. So we don't know what these people have endured. But they have a role to play. And sometimes it's a very difficult role to play. And in concluding, I will tell you, give them a slack. They are doing their best. They are doing their best. Sometimes it's not the way we look at it. They are not anti what we are doing, and you don't expect them to stand out tomorrow to be your ambassador. But when the time is right, when the place is right, when the truth will be spoken, at least you have people that will back you up. That's the way I will live this.
Okay. Ndewo Mazi, Ndewo, but we are running out of patience. For 3 years, our leader, a man that if he decide to come out tomorrow, he come out. That man is there for me and for their own son on board, you know. But see, Amanda, it doesn't take him anything to write to White House about Obi. So why didn't her also write to the White House telling them about a solemn rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu?
Mazi, let me add to this.
Okay.
There is a letter you will write, and the person you wrote the letter to will be glad that you wrote that letter. And he will tell the world, yeah, I received this letter from this person. And there's a letter that will come from the same person. And the person who received the previous letter will receive the second one and keep mute. And if you see him and remind him, you say, I did not receive it. Please send it again. I did not. You may end up sending it 200 times. It will go into the same trash the first one went to. And you don't want your letters to go to trash. You want your letters to be read and be acted upon. This is one critical thing with some of these things that we do. When Onyendu meet these people and they walk away from him, he doesn't think that they have let him down. I remember when Onyendu was given a town hall meeting in Houston, Tony Nnadi was given the same town hall meeting a day before Onyendu in Houston, not quite 2 miles away from where Onyendu will hold his town hall meeting. I remember Tony Nnadi saying that one thing with diplomacy, when you meet them one-on-one, they will give you every good sounding statement you want to hear. And when you think that these people are being nice to you, or they understand what is going on, and then you make a statement that is contrary to what they are holding in secret, you come back the next day, even on appointment, they will all walk away from you. They will all walk away from you. Tony Nnadi made that statement that he wouldn't say anything that was in diplomacy yesterday and come back today and find that every seat is empty. No. One thing is to find out what is happening to you, how it is happening to you, when it's happening to you, and who is making it happen to you. That's one thing we have to learn very well. And we are learning those things, either in small measure or in big measure, but that lesson is being pushed across. Thank you.
Yeah. Ndewo Mazi. Mazi, we will leave it here, no, on this topic. I know you are in America, but please, in case you have access to them, remind them that we are watching them for them to speak. Remind them that they are Umada and Atupasobi. Remind them that they are the great Ada in the land. And when things get tough, Ada will speak up. You're the same way the late Dollar will speak up. Jonathan become a president. Now, Biafrans. Yeah, please, if you have your questions, you can send your questions in. Or if you want to come in, you come in and ask your question and you go out. Just like, Now, Mazi, yesterday I made a program and I said that China, Sawankita, and Jonathan Chinedu, that they are working for Nigeria government based on the activities. That is online. Now, Mazi, I want to start with how China Sanwo-Olu is trying to defend the state execution against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I want to play the voice of China Sawankita now. How he wants to defend the state execution. What he said. Now, here we go. And Maz, please, if there's anything that you want to say, please let me know. Then you can, you will have the floor.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because
So, Biafrans, this is Fanatical IPOB program. We are here to say the facts. You will hear them call us in the code of conduct. They call us in the code of conduct just because we obey instruction of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and IPOB code of conduct. That is why. And today, you all have seen or saw who Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is working with. We are in the area of 100 men. The hardcore, as Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said. Now, China Sanwo-Olu is trying to deceive his government followers by saying this on radio. And don't forget, Mazi, the same China Sanwo-Olu, because I call him Mr. Blackmailer. He have used his mouth and said that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, father-in-law, is working against them. That siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu took the wife of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to a shrine, to Alokwose, and he took an oath. After then, the man started working against them. Now he have given them topic to go and attack Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, father-in-law. So first of all, I will play all those videos, but first of all, let's start with how you want to defend the sack lawyer. If I your family is a comment, let's start from there.
See, when we come to meeting, people ask us some silly questions as if they have not been following what is happening on Mazi Nnamdi Kanu case. That is now the slogan they are using. And if we don't explain ourselves, if we don't explain what is happening, the same way many people believe that China Sanwo-Olu and this is sold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that is how they will say, do you see if they abandon him because they want him to go to jail? But we know not all of them are cooking. Yeah.
Biafrans, please. Remember, China Sanwo-Olu said the same way people believe China Sanwo-Olu sold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Biafrans, I want you guys to think or remember who pronounced this thing on media. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu family never accused China Sanwo-Olu of selling or selling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. If there's any, please I need a video. I need a proof. But it was China Sanwo-Olu that came on radio and told Biafrans that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was sold by $9 million. And the money came from Hope Uzodimma and Wike. And we asked Chinasa Nworu, since he knew who brought up money, tell us the people that received the money. We want to know the people that received the money. It was Chinasa Nworu that told us that Onyedu was sold by $9 million. So Biafrans, which you know there, let's continue.
Envious, their ambitions for one thing or the other. A lawyer Jimakon want to use Mazi Nnamdi Kanu case to clean his own dirty record. Biafrans, what you people should ask, who is a lawyer Jimakon? A lawyer representing a high-profile case that doesn't have an office. Every time he wants to talk about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu case, from the court, he go to Mama Put. All of them will gather in Mama Put to discuss about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu case. They will stay at the back of one hotel to make press conference on a high-profile case.
Mazi, I caught you laughing.
Yes. I think my response to this is appealing to Aloy Jimako. Please, when next you go to that Mama Put, invite Chinasa Nworu so he can invite Chinasa Nworu. Maybe he likes what you guys eat in that Mama Put. And Aloy Jimako cannot afford an office. It's okay. It's understandable. When you don't have money, you don't have an office. That doesn't mean that you are unworthy of what you are doing. Practitioners, if they don't know what they are doing, they don't know what they are doing. But if you know what you are doing, whether you have an office or not, you know what you are doing. Chinasa Nworu has not told us that Aloy Jimako is not a prudent lawyer, or that he did not study law, or that he cannot represent Nnamdi Kanu. But he is quick to attack Aloy Jimako, telling Biafrans to ask who Aloy Jimako is. His name is Aloy Jimako, and they know that. What do you want to tell them? Do you want to tell them where he went to school? What he studied? I don't know what he wants to tell them about Aloy Jimako. But my appeal to Aloy Jimako is this. You see that Mama Put place? When next you go there, invite Chinasa Nworu. Please. Maybe.
Wise Counsel, I hope you are listening. If you are watching,
invite Chinasa Nworu. Maybe he likes what you guys are eating there. I don't know if you guys are eating a special kind of chicken or bushmeat or whatever. Chinasa Nworu wants a piece of it. That's my appeal to Attorney Aloy Jimako.
Okay, let's continue.
Like Mazi Nnamdi Kanu case. Do you people think this is right? Do you people think it's right? Now, let me tell you people something you have to understand. Some said, why did they remove Ejiofor? Why did they remove Michael Zekome? You people have seen it also. It's on social media. They talk. All of you knew when Kalunta was sacking Ejiofor this thing, because they were going to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. They told him. Let me say this thing very clearly. I think he wrote it also. One person was showing me. I said, I don't care. They talk about, when they talk about stay of execution. Why did he do that? Like, they are rubbish. These are all black men because they don't have anything to say. This group of people went and told Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, if you go to one of the judgments in the Supreme Court, some of those things they are claiming there were not an order. they were just a comment by some judges. Not all of them agreed on the point. The extraordinary rendition, they watered it down. That said, since Nigeria have all the necessary things to extradite somebody, they don't see the reason why they would have done it, that it is not really necessary. They never condemn it. They never condemn it. Instead, one of the judges says that matching the canon to he knows the remedy to his problems. I want everybody to write down this particular point. That matching that even him, the appellant, knows the remedy to his problems. It is there. And one of the judgments there. Now after that court this thing, they start to, we told them.
Can I make a comment?
Okay, Maz, go ahead.
Remember, I told you that either Chinasa Nworu is uninformed or ill-informed. The extraordinary rendition he is talking about, whether it is in the book of Nigerian law or not, it has happened to Nigeria before. And if you remember, I made a comment on what I pointed out as we're talking of rule of law. And now I brought in what I call stare decisis. That is using a case already decided and the punishment meted out in deciding the same case on a different scenario. Now, during the time of Umaru Diko was put in a container to be illegally extradited to Nigeria. That was intercepted by the British government. And those who were carrying out that act were punished severely. And the country, being Nigeria, was also punished. That's a reference point to extraordinary rendition. That is international law. The only difference was that they did not succeed in that case. And the arms of the law came down heavily on Nigeria. And the individuals who were perpetrating that evil, most of them went to jail. So Chinasa Nworu will not say that because it did not happen in Nigeria, therefore it does not affect Nigerian law. Nigeria as a nation was punished because of that behavior. And that is the same extraordinary rendition. So when Chinasa Nworu perpetrate this type of confusion or making this type of statement, he is inciting people who do not understand what he is saying and feeding them with junk, giving the illusion that he is making a valuable statement to them. But Chinasa Nworu is deceiving IPOB members. I'm sorry to say that, but he has been a great distraction in this movement. He has been deceitful. He has been discouraging, and he has been a liar. If I will be very polite in saying that, Chinasa Nworu is not worthy of the metal he claimed he is. Let us just leave it there. Thank you.
Ndewo Mazi. Let's continue. Biafran, please share the program and hit your like button, please. If you have your question, please, you can throw in your question, please. Thank you. Ndewo.
As they will go to this court, from there they go and told them there is no need. This issue is a political issue. Let us address it because they want to be. They went and told Mazi Mandekano that Mohamed Tanyako told them that if they can sack a Ejiofor, sack Michael Zekome, they should put, he will give them bail. That he don't like these two people. I'm telling you people what happened. That they don't, that Ejiofor is the reason why. He's the one that is stopping Mazi Mandekano from coming out. That their Mohamed Tanyako told them. He said they should sack Ezekome. Even Kawagabi, that she don't want any son in this case. That this case, he gave Asari Dokubo, that she was the one who gave Asari Dokubo bail. She was the one who gave Wazirike bail. They should remove all these people and bring the application, let me sign, so that they will, Nnamdi will go home. They use these lies and deception.
Mazi,
they said that Ezekome was given an award by Nigeria, an award.
Can I come in here?
Yeah.
Sometimes when you think you're making a point and you're being deceitful from either the heck of it or out of ignorance, the people suffer. The time Ejiofor and Ezekome were removed is far removed from the time we start hearing about their removal. I will say for sure, because I was there, when we received messages from Onyendu way back, almost 4 to 6 months, that Onyendu gave us that instruction to pay off the son, Ezekome. When we got that instruction, we conducted, because at that time, we stayed away from fundraising. But we pledged what we can afford at the time. The question was, what was the outstanding balance that was owed to Ezekome? We did not ask, why does Onyendu want this person removed? Even at the time, the word removed was not the word used. Is an instruction. Pay this man the balance of his money. Some people will say, he said pay him off. That's not true. Say, pay him the balance of his money. We inquired and find out that the balance of his money was $26,000. We held these sessions twice and raised something above $26,000 and paid this money into the account of the son, Ezekome, in Bank of America in Atlanta, Georgia. We paid it, and that was the end of it. It never came again. We never had anything. But Onyendu gave instruction, pay the balance of his money. And we raised that money and paid it into his account. We never knew that Onyendu will replace him or remove him or anything like that. No. We only followed instruction, what Onyendu said we should do, and we did it. Madam Anya came and told us that it took us 2 instances of putting the fund together. And we put the fund together and paid it into his account. I say it again, Bank of America in Atlanta, Georgia. And that was it. All this question of the lie to Onyendu to do this, to do. Onyendu is not a. Onyendu knew what he was up against. None of us was there. Onyendu knew the quality of services he was getting. Whatever prompted him to say, pay the balance of his money, we don't know. So these speculations coming from Chinasamoru has to stop. He is deceiving our people. He's not being factual. He's not telling them the truth. His propaganda is completely abnormal. If he's fighting for the freedom of our people, what is the essence of this propaganda? Against the same people you're trying to give freedom. Why not tell them the truth? Thank you.
Mazi, you're welcome. You're welcome, sir. You know, I always tell people that lies don't last test of time. Lies don't last test of time. But truth lasts test of time. Biafra is a spirit. And I told them, a lot of people don't know that the spirit of Biafra have left them. Excluding me were poor. Chinasamoru, do you, I know you are here now, you are listening. Do you see how you are shooting yourself in the foot? We are coming to that. I'm not giving you. We will remind you what you said that Onyendu said if you fail out. But we are come to that. Oh, gradually. Once again, Biafrans, we are here with America, IPOB, America PLO, Mazi Emeka Iwuagwu. Whatever he knows, they know where put with facts. Take it to bank. And they call us in the code of conduct. And we are glad to accept that name. There, let's move on. Yeah, okay.
Giving for Africa, Jonathan recommended is now she's getting the award. Out of how many of them in Africa, 3, or they selected in Africa as people who won case in ICC? It was even Jonathan, not even Buhari. They use it, and this thing was given on the 11th of October. Still, he got his judgment on 13th October. Does that show that he compromised?
Mazi, I want to say something here, Mazi, and I would like you to comment on that too. You hear Chinasamoru talking about the so-called the awards, and the award is the highest award in Nigeria, Order of the Niger, and that award was issued to Ezekome, I think October 11, 2022. If I'm right, I don't want to make a mistake. I don't want to make a mistake. Yeah, okay, yeah. This is the award, yes. October, yes, I'm right. October 11th, 2022. Eh? So Chinasa Nworu, he said that it was Jonathan. Let's agree with you, Jonathan. That's award Ezekome. So Jonathan himself didn't give Ezekome the award being a president. No. Then it now took 8 years for another president, going to the end of Buhari tenure, so-called Buhari tenure, 8 years to award Ezekome. Oh, when somebody are in Nasi, you see, and it is illegal. He said it was Jonathan. Yeah.
Mazi,
yeah.
Do you know how these awards work? The officials of any presidency recommend individual citizens for the work they have done for award. And then when the office of the presidency approves it, they issue the award. And every award carries some level of remuneration. Here in United States, some awards will exempt you.
It's some of award come with what? Boy, I can get one back. But after you put that boy on the call you back, who's that boy? Boy, I can get on a bed with what? You go on a bed with.
Some awards come with benefits. Different types of
like
benefits.
What?
Yes.
Benefit like what?
And some of these awards have some monetary benefits. In some cases, it comes with exemption from income tax or one type of fee or the other. So we do not know most of these awards given to these people, what it comes with. And for anybody telling you that Jonathan recommended an award, no. People in the government of Jonathan will recommend award for Jonathan to issue award because Jonathan was the president. And people in the government of Buhari will recommend award for the president to issue. Deceiving people that award was recommended by outgoing president for 8 years. It's not a legislation. I can't even understand why some people will believe such a blatant lie. The presidency don't recommend for another president. People who are working for the president will see the activities of individuals within that nation and recommend them for award. And then people in the office of the president will approve or disapprove and present it to the president to make such awards. That's how it happens. Oh my God, this is ridiculous. Sometimes we get, even though most of our people are not learned enough to understand some of these things, but they are not stupid. They are not stupid. They have common sense. to look into these things and separate the chaff from the wheat. What he's telling the people is that Jonathan recommended for Buhari 8 years ago. And then Buhari came to power and withheld it all this time, and then came back and issued that award. It's ridiculous. It is ridiculous. I don't know what activities or what chores they do for the government in power or to the public. I know that these awards are given out based on the performance of individuals in their field. I saw the last time Obama was giving awards to most of these artists who were very good in their field in the 60s and 70s and 80s, like Gladys Knight, Aretha Franklin, and the rest of them, Bill Cosby. These people were given an award by Obama because of their performances in their field, excellence in their field. They were given an award. And we see scholars also who excel in their field of endeavor being rewarded with award. Ezekome, we know, is a lawyer. They are attributing this award to a case he won in ICC. When? Maybe 8 or 10 or 12 or 15 years ago. And then Jonathan recommended him to Buhari to receive an award. That is very unconscionable. It's a lie. Thank you.
Let's continue. Yeah.
From the time they said those things, there is one they call Mandela, the errand boy. They send them to attack Michael Zekome. They sent them to attack Michael Zekome, insulted him. But Michael Zekome could not even withstand the insult and threat coming from them that he must hands up from the case. If you don't hands up, you will not calendar. He will kill them, he will do this. You know, this is the threat that comes from their mouth. There was a threat also he gave to Ejiofor, and Ejiofor forwarded the audio for me. And Ejiofor, they used the file and hand over to Agabi. They also went to Agabi, insulted Agabi, harassed Agabi, and they took away the file from Agabi. A lawyer became, so now he's the lead counsel. Ogala court ugboro abụọ naanị akwọbeghị beans akwọ beans mesh ọ chọziri ịga court. Mazi. Now they say Mommy Binta asked them, if you can chase these two people away, we give them the kind of bed. That is how they swear in their life to chase black manager for do everything against Michael Zekome. And these people back out. They don't want problem. After they back out, they now put the bail application. And on that day, Binta.
So Mazi, this is the end of this. Right? I'm going to bring another clip. No, so you can see he said counter threaten the lawyers, threaten Agabi, threaten others. Now, Mazi, who is threatening those lawyers? This is not the same thing as Awolu. We know when Awolu is threatening Agabi. We saw all the posts Chinasa Nwolu made against Agabi. Even at a point, he told us that Agabi will soon run out. Now, Chinasa Nwolu turned 360 degrees to blackmail Kantakano the same way he said Kantakano said Onyendu was on man to playing. Today, we have debunked that lies. We have debunked that lies. Today, we have debunked those that say that Onyendu was in Kenya and Onyendu did not inform Chinasa Nwolu or the place or Chika Politozem. It's a lie. We have heard it from Chinasa Nwolu saying that they advised Onyendu not to go to Africa, but he go to Africa. Since he said Onyendu, you people advised Onyendu not to go to Africa, that means Onyendu told you people where he's ending to. And it was the same you that said that you were in communication with Mazi Nandekane on 19 on that very don't went Sobu. The same you, Chinasa Nwolu, told us again that Takano was negotiating to pay off, to pay money to release Onyendu. The same you, Chinasa Nwolu, turned 360 degrees to blackmail Takano, telling us that you ask Takano where is Onyendu, and you say Onyendu was on the man to play. Can you imagine that, Mazi? Mazi, today we have forced them. We have forced them to say the truth that Onyendu is supposed to have meeting on 19, which Onyendu invite Chika Politoziem. From that 19, Onyendu got missing. Chika did not inform IPOB. But they turn around to blackmail innocent man. We'll come to that, Mazi. Mazi, do you have anything to say on this video clip? Then I want to bring another clip.
Not really.
Okay.
The only thing,
Mazi,
is that Chinasa Nwolu should mind what he says, because he doesn't know when he complicates some of his narratives. When you talk too much, you lie so much. And sometimes you do not know when you contradict yourself. And what all this is pointing at is that our people are either gullible and don't think properly, or they are taken for a ride by Chinasa Nwolu.
Before you enter there.
Yeah, Maz, go on.
No, go ahead and play what you're doing.
Okay. Now, Biafrans, we want to talk about this clip. You know, on our program, we will not discuss about men on ground because of instruction from Mazi Nandekano. Mazi Nandekano told us, never you talk about our men on ground. But today, we are seeing the shooting of cows everywhere on Facebook. This is disobedience we are talking about. I would have said, don't post any ESN activities on media. Chinasa Nwolu continue to disobey Mazi Nandekano. After Jonathan Chinedu, we asked, what did Chika Politozem did? And I told him, go and check from 2021. They never obey Mazi Nandekano instruction. How about the cows we are seeing on Facebook? Onyendu said, take it away from media. Continue what you're doing. Take it away from media. But they never accept that. Now, I always tell Biafran, those that are following me, that I told you guys that the moment Onyendu was rendition to Nigeria, was kidnapped and reduced to Nigeria, ESN, as of today, this is the fact. Our men on ground divided into two places. One set work with Nego of Madam Moyibo, Tony Nadi, they end up with Simon Ekpa today. They end up with Simon, but this is the fact. Another set is with Chinas and Wankita. This is the fact. Then the third set, then the men say, no, we must obey everything Mazi Nankanu said. They remain obedience to Mazi Nankanu and IPOB code of conduct. That was the third set. And the third set, Chinas and Wankita knows that this third set ESN, they are in the push. They remain consistent. They obey every single instruction of Mazi Nankanu. They obey IPOB code of conduct. They now came on Radio Biafra. Jonathan Chinedu used his own mouth and called them criminals and said that Canon Takana Madam Nenyanya have some criminals. You call our Eastern Security Network criminals. On Radio Biafra, we found Chukwoki Karabia will never forgive you people. Chine Inde Bundere will never forgive you people. Now Biafra, I want you guys to listen. Because I want you guys to listen.
Of which also is almost the same. You know, at this point of, you know, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu siblings having criminals that are with them, they are using to attack Mazi Nnamdi Kanu siblings having criminals that are with them, they are using to attack, harass, and attack people. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu siblings having criminals that are with them, they are using to attack, harass, and attack people, kidnap. How do IPOB differentiate or you know, defend IPOB as a movement, as an organization, in the eyes of the Nigeria institution? Because this is what they are going to use against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. So, and you know, they have, for me, I believe that Nigerian DSS is, as you say, they are professionals. Forget about what we say. When they want to work, they work professionally. They have gadgets, they have everything.
Mazi, before you contribute to this topic, to this video clip, remember this program was on 13th of April, and our Adida court case was on 17th. 4 days to our Adida court case, and this program was on 13th. And before they start this program, Jonathan Chinedu told that Nigerian government are listening. DSS are listening. They should come with pen and paper. Now, they are telling the Nigerian government that our leader's family have some set of criminals that are working under them. Then, are you telling me that those people want Mazi Nnamdi to be out? Let's continue. So, I just want to make this point. Let's continue.
Mazi, let me
and
say,
I believe they have, you know.
Yeah, this statement is nothing short of outrage that somebody who is broadcasting from Radio Biafra will make such utterances, knowing the implications and understanding very well that Onyendu will be jeopardized by this type of a statement. But one thing about this is that one of the siblings he was referring to is always in the court before the judge. Whenever Onyendu is in the court, Emeka is there. So this is some form of insinuation coming from Chinasa Nworu, Chike Doziem, and their voice of stupidity. So when I hear things like this, it bothers me so much. It doesn't make sense. It's not relevant in any form or fashion, but it's just outright propaganda against certain individuals indirectly and against Onyindu directly, or indirectly and against them, or the people he's mentioning indirectly. But the court understands what they're doing. Either this is what they are paid to do, or they are singing the mind of their puppet master. Whichever way, it is outright stupid. Thank you.
Yeah. Mazi, Biafrans, before I continue this video clip, I would like to play the another video clip where Jonathan was inviting the DSS to come to listen. I want you guys to hear it. Because in our show, even they made they play the show. It will be nice that you guys will listen to Jonathan Chinedu, what he said before this rubbish.
Good evening and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House Service coming to you through the auspices of Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olo province of Biafra London. We are here live and direct. Today is the 13th day of the 4th month, being April 2024. I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers onto this hallowed platform, because today is going to be special. The title is The Brutal Exposure. Therefore, as you are coming, I know even in Asorok, they are quietly listening. The DSS, they are listening. Therefore, I want each and every one of you to come with your pen and papers. Bring your big and papers in order to write down the information that you are going to receive today. And also today, there is not going to be any opening lines. Please. It is the brutal exposure. As you may know, today we are here with our General Officer Commanding Mazi Saworu, who is going to be, tell us what we need to know today. Therefore, without taking any much time, I am going to hand over the microphone to Mazi Saworu. Mazi, please, you are on air as Chris.
So, Biafrans, this is the introduction of China Samodo when they're about to open the program. And he say, come with your pen and paper. Asolok is listening. DSS are listening. And he say, we are, to general. If China Samodo is general, I wonder what we call our leader, Mazi Nandikano. well, that's by the way. Now, let's continue. I just want you guys to listen, to know the reason why they're making this statement. They know what they're doing. That's why I said they are working with Nigerian government with the activities. Let me continue. Mazi, do you have anything to say on this, or should I continue?
Continue. We want to hear their message.
Yeah.
Among, these people and the criminals. Now, can we come out and say no? For example, we say no, Mazi the Kano siblings, they are not IPOB. Can it make sense? So this is a very messy situation. How do you think that we can differentiate this? Please.
Mazi, let me tell you something. The DSS knows everything. The Nigerian politicians who are dealing with them knows everything.
Yeah. So, Maz, this is where he stopped, you know, because where he pronounced that the ESN that IPOB is taking care of, because Madam Nenia is IPOB financial worldwide. Anything about money it must come through Madam Nenia. The lawyer they paid, you know, it comes from Madam Nenia. Our legal team. The people in the hospital, any money must come through Madam Nenia. And he said that our own ESN, they are criminals. So Mazi, say something on that so that I have to bring another video, please.
I wonder why they are saying this. Maybe there is something in between the line that we are not getting. One thing I recollect very well is that Chinasa Nworu was involved in transferring information to Simon Ekpa. Nelly Ofebu was also involved in that. When Chinasa Nworu and Nelly Ofebu had their meeting after the rendition, according to both of them, they agreed that the meeting took a very long process. And Nelly made it very clear that Chinasa was absorbing and accepting all the plans she was putting in place until the name Simon Ekpa was put across to him as the leader of whatever they will morph into. And Chinasa Nworu rejected that. According to Nelly, said everything was being agreed upon until the name Simon Ekpa came in. Then Chinasa Nworu took himself out of it. And if I remember very well, Chinasa Nworu accepted, but he claimed that he was going along with that plan in order to allow Nelly pour out the content of the plan. But after all said and done, the same Chinasa Nworu has come out now accusing people who were not even involved or who have the knowledge of ESN team. It was the meeting of Chinasa Nworu and Nelly and Oyibo that transferred the name of some of these individuals in ISM to Simon Ekpa. And in the process, the clash between these guys, which happened over time, the group that's Oyibo and Nelly Ofebu and Simon Ekpa started giving stipend, and the group Chinasa Nworu was managing, they come into confrontation, and we lost so many of our young people in that process. Nobody would tell you this, but Nelly was very vocal about this, even though she was not pointing out exactly what happened. All you have to do is to put one and one together. Oyibo was, Nelly Ofebu was pointing out those who were loyal to her, Oyibo and Simon Ekpa, as against those who were loyal to Chinasamuru. And they were confrontation after confrontation. And in the process, so many of our young people fell victims to this nonsensical behavior coming out of these people. Chinasamuru pushing himself as holier than thou, somebody who is doing something great. But he forgot that he was instrumental to exposing most of our people who are dead today. Only God knows how many people were killed in such behavior. Thank you.
Ndewo Mazi, ndewo. Biafrans, today na today. Today, you guys will see the reason why these men are doing what they are doing. Today, you guys will listen why these men are doing what they are doing. Why they are, fighting against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I will prove it to you. And again, he talked about Ejima. Today, I'm going to play a video telling you guys that is the same Ejima. Ejima walk with China Sam Wankita. The same Ejima he's denying on radio. He walked with him. And at the end of the day, he asked Chibuze that did that video to delete it. I'm coming to that. All Mazes no Mazo Timbodombo. I am going to here today. I'm going to that this program today will be a program in future that will refer to. So as I welcome you, please welcome others. It's very important. Thank you. In as much Facebook is fighting us, but we must please the gospel. Now, I want you guys to listen watching us and what you said there. Mazi, I can click a point to no love for my careful. Here we go.
You cannot force a lawyer on him. It is what him and his brothers have agreed. That is what he will execute. And why are they doing those things? The hands of politicians were seriously involved. People giving them money. Now they are not giving them money because they have done the job for them. They have concluded what they want to use against Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Now the politicians don't answer them again. Nobody give them money again. The governor, everybody have. Anywhere they went and talk, as soon as they go out, the politicians will mock them. I'm telling you what is happening. They will make caricature of them. That's why the brother went to write. He wrote a letter asking the governors to come and why they are not talking about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. When you have already messed up all they went everywhere. They claim to be leaders of IPOB. I have heard a conversation where they are being addressed as IPOB leadership, as the DOS members. I have come across it.
You mean by the politicians?
By the politicians, they are addressing Kalunta as the leadership of IPOB, him and his younger brother. Because they were being programmed, they give money, they saw the greed. That is why, if you remember the first time we gave it at home, it was Kalunta who.
Biafrans, because in this program we say things, we give evidence. After, remember they made this program on 13th of April, 4 days of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu court case. It was after this program they came up It's after they came up with this rubbish. It was after this program they came up with this rubbish. It was after this rubbish Chinasa Nwodu said that Onyendu's family has been addressed as DOS member. It was after this thing they came up with this rubbish, but they are not man enough to use the office of Chief Counsel to use IPOB letter paper to put this light up. They're not man enough. You can say at the end of the day, nobody signed it, nothing. So that's why I call it rubbish. But it was from Chinas and one Kita. Eh? So now, let's continue. Maz, listen.
After they sit at home, I want to touch this area now for Biafrans to understand. Biafrans, I came on air and they declared a civil disobedience in order for Nigeria government to bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to court when they say he was sick. Kalenta and his brothers, they met, the publication is there. They come against us that the elders of Hanese and the Hopus of them have promised them that they are going to bring up Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Why should we? And there is a NECO exam. That was their aim. We had a meeting during that time. He abused us. He abused the members of DOS. Why we should not consult him to hear from him before we put it at home. The people are alive. Powerful was in that meeting. In that meeting, some of us, Mazi Abanim, Mazi Ofoma, HOD, I was there. I think there is another person also in that meeting. We just called selected people, the person who brought him online. He said who gave us the authority. And for the fact we didn't take the authority from him, Biafrans, listen very well. He went and connived with Ohanese politicians and said that they said that they are going to bring out Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We are going to 3 years old. They use it and issue a press release on behalf of their family. While we are trying to obey what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the order he gave that we should cancel the sit at home, it is very difficult pill to swallow because we know the things we want to achieve with that sit at home. When they have sabotaged us in that sit at home, they turn around and go to the river and encourage him to continue with the sit at home. Therefore, this is what happened. Because they know Eperina is fighting the DOS. They themselves, the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, went to Eperina on several occasions in the compound of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu when his younger brother, his sister, and many people they called. There were people in their compound where they were promoting Eperina that he should continue the sit at home. But on one hand, they are fighting us against the sit at home. That Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told us to stop the sit at home, we stop. But in the back, they go to Eperina and give him, tell him continue. That is what happened in this struggle. And then when Eperima was using them, he was using them that time to grow, to gather his own wings. Gather his own wings. At a point, he started to insult them, do this thing. They fall apart today, they come together tomorrow. That's what they're doing. That is what they are doing. All these things, all this attack was to destroy the leadership of IPO. What is the purpose? They do not want the leadership to achieve anything in the absence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, so that Chinas Aworu, Mazi Chikedozie, the DOS and IPOB members can never take any credit for doing anything because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, so that tomorrow the crisis is everywhere, so that tomorrow Mazi Nnamdi Kanu come out. He said, what did you people do when I'm dead? He will come out and they, okay, come. He is the only one who will make the peace. We are above these stupid games. That is why they do not want the DOS to succeed, even to champion the struggle. And that is why we decided to...
Mazi, I think if you follow the entire story of what happened after the rendition, you will say that Chinasa is talking out of context in what happened between them and the experiment.
Yeah.
I do not know if you remember when Ekperima was singing it very loud that the DOS are criticizing him, they are against him, they are talking bad of him, they're talking down with him. When at that time, Ekperima with Oyibo and Nelio Febu has formed a team. Remember that the meeting they had was with Chinasa Nworu. But when Nelio Febu brought in Ekperima, Chinasa backed out of the entire plan. Now at this time, they descended on Ekperima. And you know how he shouted almost 2 months that these people are coming after him, that when he will go after them, that he will not stop. He kept saying that continuously. And Nelio Febu was telling Biafrans that there was a letter Oyibo is going to read out, that Onyendo instructed Oyibo that if anything happens, that she should take over. And that takeover was what they were discussing with Ekperima and Chinasa Nworu, and it fell through. When it fell through, they were after him. And he continued to tell Biafrans that these people are coming after me. When I will go after them, I will not stop. I remember Ekperima was sounding that warning before he descended on the DOS and they fell apart. All of them were together the first time, but Nelio Febu and Oyibo could not package the deal and sell.
Yeah, Mazi, sorry, I'm sorry to come in, you know. I think it would be more better if you call their name when you descend on Chikapole, Doziemu, Chinasa Nworu, because when you call DOS, it comprises a lot of people, you know. You know, there's a lot of people in DOS. Madame Nyanya is a member of DOS, you know. Taminele is a member of DOS. So I think it's better you pronounce their name. Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So these were the people involved in this. But Simon has taken upper hand because now Ekperima was getting what he wanted from Oyibo and Nelio Febu. And Chinasa Nworu and his group knew then that they are losing out on Nelio Febu and Oyibo. They decided that Ekperima will be their leader. And that is where all this thing broke loose. That is the reference he is making. That is misfiring. He understands what he was getting into. And that was exactly where everything broke loose. Go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Mazi. Thank you, Mazi. I want you to listen very careful from here. Please.
That is what they are doing. All these things, all this attack was to destroy the leadership of IPOB. What is the purpose? They do not want the leadership to achieve anything in the absence of Mazi Nandekano, so that Chinas Aworu, Mazi Chikedozim, the DOS and IPOB members can never take any credit for doing anything. Because Mazi Nandekano, so that tomorrow the crisis is everywhere, so that tomorrow Mazi Nandekano come out. He said, what did you people do when I'm dead? He will come out and they, okay, come. He is the only one who will make the peace. We are above these stupid games. That is why they do not want the DOS to succeed, even to champion the struggle. And that is why we decided to keep silent, because we found out.
Let me say something here. Look, after the rendition, Chika Paul Edoziem made a very fatal mistake. And the mistake he made was to go after the pause. Instead of unifying an organization or a people who are hurting, Chika Edoziem did not see it fit to get IPOB membership or Biafrans together and tell them in a speech that all hopes are not lost, that we are going to keep this thing together. That was a fatal mistake Chika Edoziem did. And in the process, he bought into the plan of the women in America at that time. And they put him on the stand like a trial lawyer. And they were bombarding him with questions against some people they want to go against. And I don't know if Chika Edoziem believed that these women will be of any substance to him. He failed woefully in not uniting Biafrans or IPOB members, because these were people in distress at that time. They never cared about where the money is or what is happening with the money. All they cared was about their leader. All they needed was somebody who tell us, we are going to handle this. Be patient, be calm. We are going to put things in position, knowing that the deputy, Uchemefo, was out of the picture. Uchemefo, at the time when he has to do something, Uchemefo did something that gave hope to IPOB membership, which Chika Edoziem failed to give to them, but ended up getting people like Chinas Aworu, who did not waste time to start pointing fingers and listening to regime change. Who is going to be the leader and who is not going to be the leader? And Chika Edoziem immediately went for the pocket, for the pause, and embarked on world tour of dividing IPOB, taking those who would buy his story for the sake of the pause. And that continued for some time until he couldn't handle it anymore. If anything, Chika Edoziem succeeded in splitting IPOB and in splitting the pocket of world IPOB. Thank you.
Yeah, Mazi. So let me continue. Let me continue.
to gather his own wings. Gather his own wings at a point he start to insult them, do this thing. They fall apart today, they come together tomorrow. That's what they're doing. That is what they are doing. All these things, all this attack was to destroy the leadership of IPOB. What is the purpose? They do not want the leadership to achieve anything in the absence of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, so that Chinas Aworu, Mazi Chike, the US and IPOB members can never take any credit for doing anything. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, so that tomorrow the crisis is everywhere, so that tomorrow Mazi Nnamdi Kanu come out. He said, what did you people do when I'm dead? He will come out and they, okay, come. He is the only one who will make the peace. We are above these stupid games. That is why they do not want the DOS to succeed, even to champion the struggle. And that is why we decided to keep silent, because we found out it is only a conspiracy theory. If we say Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is sick, the brothers will come out and challenge us that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not sick. That he's not sick. It is out there. If we write Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not feeling well, this is how they come out, they challenge it. They say, so we realize that
this is outright childish.
Yeah.
Chinas Aworu should be ashamed of himself. When he has, or the leadership in IPOB, Chike Doziem and his group, has lost the following of the membership. He already lost it before they come up with this cry. Anybody who has different view from what they were doing, they come down on that person. In America, they were going from state to state, canvassing and hammering people down because of what they failed to do. And this thing he's talking about now, who would take claim of doing this or doing this, that DOS failed, or that is not the point in question. The point in question is that they were after the pause. They were creating positives everywhere. They were going for the pocket. That's what they succeeded in doing. That was their mission. That was their goal. Chinas Aworu using excuses for failing is something you see every time from people who failed in their mission. This person is responsible. This person is responsible. They want to take credit for what I did. They want to take credit for... No. They failed on principle. Chike doesn't fail on principle. I'll put it that way. But considering that they have a mission, they did not fail after all, because they accomplished what they want to accomplish, to get some part of the pause they wanted. And that is their mission. That was their goal. So Chinas Aworu screaming and pointing fingers at who let them down and who didn't let them down. They let themselves down. They let themselves down. It's really unfortunate. Even though they have a goal, they have a mission, whatever that mission is, I hope it will serve them right. Thank you.
Mazi. Let's finish this now.
They just want we and them to be thoroughly on the social media space because it gives them the energy to orchestrate the things they want to orchestrate. Thanks to Chukwu Okike Abiama, the women in America have been defeated. They have all gone inside. Because when they were working, the in-law to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu started working with the women in America because they sending him some small money to lodge in Abuja. He started working with them. He started, because of the money he is getting from the women in America, and I want everybody to see it from this side. The moment they do those things, if IPOB was receiving funds all over the world from donations, do you see IPOB making fundraising? We don't do again. There is no need. Reasons are, anytime we want to make fundraising, Kalonta and his siblings and the Nayanya, they will set up their own fundraising. It's a challenge. The women in America will put up their own fundraising. Because if there is any money that will come to the leadership to try to move this struggle forward, they will make sure it is being tiered. But IPOB leadership will not get it. I want people to understand. Imagine the siblings of Mazi, since they hold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, all the money coming to IPOB, no more. Maybe only few countries are contributing dues. But how are we moving on to Chukwu Okike Abiama? Only knows. And we have continued to keep this struggle till this moment. That's why I say it becomes an obligation. It is not that we are in pain, but we continue to drive. If money is coming to IPOB, it's now divided into four. The siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have the ones they will collect. Them with Nayanya, so that Kalonta will continue to sponsor his motherland, his own people. He's using to harass, intimidate people. If you talk, if you people know him, anybody he talk with, he will tell you, I will kill you. I will kill you. I will do you. You people.
So, Mazi, this is the end of this short video clip. Mazi, you can see this at the end. He mentioned, yeah, go on.
This sounds like a transfer aggression. I'm surprised to hear Chinasa Nworu giving the credit of threat of death to somebody else and not from him. Time without number. He will come out and declare those he will deal with and what he's going to do to them. Now, Neneyanya and Kanonta have their own posts, separate posts they use in threatening people in motherland. This is very ridiculous to hear. And the entire thing is, the people he's addressing, I don't think he understands that some of these people can put one and one together to make two, or can listen to you yesterday, today, and tomorrow, and put what you're saying together. The unfortunate part of it is that he does not understand that he is piling dirt of confusion on these people. When you get them confused, now you think they are not following what you're saying. They are following what you're saying. And they are telling you indirectly that you are lying. You said this and does not know when you contradict yourself, or when you say things that destroy what you said the other day. and you push it to another person. This is the person who said it. But you have been saying the same thing over and over. But in his imagination, he does not understand that those things stand the test of time, and people can put two of them together and then wonder why and how it will turn out tomorrow to be what another person is doing when you did it today. I can't understand how these people think. I don't understand. Thank you, Mazi.
Yeah, Mazi, Mazi, you agree with me. The whole problem, the major problem, like you said, one is money. Second is authority, to establish authority. These are the two things. One is money. One is to establish authority. Now, let's come about that establishment of authority. If you listen to this clip I just played, he said that Mazi Nankan Assemblies don't want them to achieve their goals. They want it to be, problem will be everywhere. When Mazi Nankan came out, if we ask them why this problem, then only Mazi Nankan will be the one to solve the problem. That is why Chinasa Nworu and Chika Pole are bitter and working against Mazi Nankan. Remember, Mazi, you know, the first sit at home was called Monday Ghost Town. They disobeyed that order of Mazi Nankan, and he tried to deceive Biafra that it was Kanu Takano that issue memo and they stopped it at home. But that order is from our leader Mazi Nankan. Chika Pole doesn't confirm it. Chinasa Nworu confirm it and said to us that Mazi Nankan message keep on coming, keep on coming. Everybody feel reluctant about Mazi Nankan message. Only the Mazi Nankan gave that order 3 days before on 9th of August 2021. Don't carry that sister at home. Stop. Suspend it. Stop. But just because they want that authority, they want, yes, this one, yes, you know, they carry it out. And Chika Pole them said, he will do it because Onyenu did not give him a reason. He will carry out that assignment. Can you imagine? Your boss is telling you what to do. And you say because your boss did not give you a reason, you will not carry the assignment from your boss. That is why Mazi Nankan say in the court, who is that bastard that he will give order? Someone will say no. And they think it was referring to Simon Ekpa. It's not only Simon Ekpa. It's included them. Chika Pole Dozemu and Chinasa Nworu. So you can see the authority. They want it all Menka. And this thing is causing death to our young people, to our own people. The spirit of Biafra will never forgive anyone that is taking the life of our people. Now, Chinasa Nworu, to debunk you again, this is what Chika Pole say about Monday sit at home. Biafrans, I want you guys to listen, and after that, I pray Chinasa Nworu, and I pray about Ejima, then we'll call it a day. How he denied Ejima. Then we'll prove to you that he worked with Ejima.
Mazi, I'll be right back.
Okay.
He said we should suspend the sit at home. And I asked our people, those that I had discussion with, I said, but what is the reason? They don't want to give any reason why we should suspend it. And they said he didn't give a reason. And I asked them, but you tell me, what reason would I give Biafrans why I am suspending this sit at home when our demands has not been met? That was my question. I asked those both in DOS and those who were not in DOS that I had the opportunity to speak with. They were there in the news. I asked them, what will be the reason I have to give? And so, well, with that, sorry, I think I'm trying to mix a little thing here, but the lawyers have not come back to us now. Now, this is before the night, the first day of it. So when I was asking them, what is the reason they want us to suspend this thing? And they told me that we should use NECO as an excuse. I mean, we should use NECO because of the exam that the people are trying to hold. And I said, but NECO doesn't really, it's not the strongest excuse to give Biafrans why we should stop the sit at home. And I will be very, very frank. Me, and I'll take the responsibility. I haven't said it on air before because it's not, I don't come on air to, and I said, because there is no reason from our leader that we should stop this sit at home, that we are going to go ahead with the sit at home. And then we went ahead with the first sit at home. After we did the...
So, Chinasanwolu, you know, there now. Oh, more Mazi, I say the way it is, with fact and figure. You know there? So don't come here to lie or to try to blackmail people. This is from your boss, your senior boss, Chief Counsel, telling you that it comes from Mazi Nanikan. And he carried it out because Onyendu did not give him a reason. He expected Mazi Nanikan to give him reason to suspend the sit at home. Because if you guys suspend the sit at home, Simon never have no power to put sit at home, no, because Biafra is a spirit. So he just hijack it, and that is the fact. And you, Chinasanwolu, you said that Onyen's message keep on coming. Everybody feel reluctant about Onyen's message. Now listen to yourself, Chinasanwolu, because I know you are here listening. Listen to yourself.
Now, when we mount up that pressure, everywhere started to panic. When we declared this sit at home, we got a message from the leader that we should call off this sit at home. I don't want to go deep on people. There were people who played a very dangerous role against that sit at home for their own selfish interest, because I expect you to come here to ask. When we put sit at home, you saw that Ohaneze Ndigbo, you saw the people opposing the sit at home. You saw them. And you saw people who were giving them thumb up. It is that destruction they want in IPOB. It is to destroy and discredit the IPOB leadership. After due consultation with our leader, we went ahead, conducted the first sit at home that was carried around the world. Our leader continued to send message that the sit at home, we should call it off. The message continued to come. Everybody was reluctant to call it off. Why I'm explaining this thing is that at the end of the day, I want you who have supported because they sit at home Monday, our people have been voluntarily. When we announced the sit at home, we got messages. Even we are not normal. We know that spoken word cannot be.
So I end it here because we don't have much time. So Chinasanwolu, listen to yourself. He said Onyen's message continued to come. Everybody feel reluctant about Onyen's message. So who are you trying to fool here? Onye can achieve fool. I told you guys, this is not 2021. This is 2024. We will use our little space to depose na China Sawan Kita. If you can't see it, go Timbo now. Would fat and figure. So, like as Chief Emeka said, it's money. Chika probably doesn't want to know what you need to know. You want to step into IPOB account. Second, to establish authority. And you forget that this struggle was built under one man, Mazi Nnamdi government movement. It was built by one man. You can as well build your own. You can as well have your own empire, your own movement. Uwazulike is there. Now, Biafrans, we have one more clip to play, then we go. Chinasa Nwolu came on air to deny Ejima. I'm here to remind Chinasa Nwankita that Ejima worked with him. Ejima was one of his foot soldiers. He's one of the people he used to harass people, but he come on air to deny him. Now, first of all, let's pray how Chinasa Nwolu denied Ejima. Hold on. Yeah, here we go.
You try to protect the people. Every one of you knew when they paraded the boy they call Ejima. Ejima, him and Hope Uzodinma come from the same grand maternal place. When Hope was a senator, it is Ejima, it is Remeka. That Ejima that they paraded that time, that Ejima used to carry out Remeka for Hope Uzodinma when he is a senator. He is one of his political thoughts. When they have disagreement, they run this side. They have all of them. And also, all of them have sky. Is it not working with politicians? Is it not all working with them, with the politicians? Don't they know who Sky is? Don't they know who Mpoto Malika is? If they don't, how can they even go to the governor if they don't have connections? How can they even be talking? And when all these things happen, they go and ask these criminals. He said, imagine somebody. Everybody knew that immediately ESN was launched. ESN are IPOB volunteers. You cannot be in ESN without having a unit, without having a...
So, I hope you people see how Chinasa Nwolu denied Ejima, saying that he's working with Hope Uzodinma. And if you connect the dots, what is going on? That tells you Chinasa Nwolu was working with Hope Uzodinma. And no wonder Chinasa Nwolu, with his post he's making. The other time we saw the post, when Chinasa Nwolu said that, tell Hope Uzodinma that the people he sent, that he have marked those people. No wonder Chinasa Nwolu is telling us that Hope Uzodinma is after him. Because the money they paid to him, Chinasa Nwolu did not deliver. Now, let's play about this Ejima. And again, it's just that I did not download it, but I need to play it for my phone. So I don't want to take much of our time because we need to go. We need to go. Okay. Now, What I'm going to play here, and after this program, please, if there's anyone that's saved this video, the food, please, I need this food, because after this video, when Chibuze got to make this program, it didn't take 24 hours. Chinasa Nworu called him and asked him to delete it. And that is why that video, I don't have it full. I was lucky to have this one. So I'm still looking. If there's anyone that have that video complete, I need it. Let's listen how Chibuze Gwatu tell us who Ejima is.
Somebody put ear to me, and Ejima was somebody put ear say, na IPOB leadership, now monitor Mali everything in them. Now, I want to go online now on a full age, one of our comrade. Yeah, he's a comrade, and I respect it, and very, very close to me, very, very close to me. And Ejima was somebody where, though I'm not much about it, but also somebody where kind of comrade, discussion with me. Now, only one thing, anytime Ejima put on phone, I'm aware where she now. My own bone. Neighbor ESN, Emilio, IPOB leadership, now monitor Mali everything in them. Now, I want to go online now on a full age, one of our comrade. Yeah, he's a comrade, and I respect it, and very, very close to me, very, very close to me. And Ejima was somebody where, though I'm not much about it, but also somebody where kind of comrade, discussion with me. Now, only one thing, anytime Ejima put on phone, I'm aware where she now. My own bone. Tell us, when do you guys come? Our camp is there for back of that police station for Fata, but how long now? 6 or 7 months. We don't have any camp. Why? One of the camp. Because of Iran. Police they find me. That's easy now, the way they kill that time. Your men follow now. How will I kill them? Yes, now my men will go on. The person will shoot the heads and a free man. Free man. With the sky and the number 1. Who are you? Who the sky saw you? My channels are war. Channels are war. From where? Who that blood? Where are you from? Where are you from? Me. No, the channels are war. I just know as a US commander. US commander for what? From ESL. So how long has this been sponsoring you guys? Getting to 2 years now. Him and who? Him with okay foreign. To carry out activities in name of state. Sir? To carry out activities in name of state. Yes. He sponsors the people to carry out. Yes, sir. So which other people where they already follow Chinas as the sponsor? Only okay foreign with the Chinas where they sponsor us for blood. The other man for village here now, Italy is our nation. So which reason is it giving you? Which reason is it giving you guys to go and fight all this? The reason when they tell us, they say this is a Bible people.
So this about the Ejima is denying, and you can hear sky. Always mention the sky. I don't like talking about our men on ground, but these boys work with China Sanwo-Olu, also work with Hope Uzodinma. That's why I said these men are working together, and I believe that China Sanwo-Olu did not deliver the assignments, and that is why he's telling us Hope Uzodinma is coming after him. Mazi, let's say something so we call it a day from here. No, yeah.
It is unbelievable. I know I have seen this video before, but I didn't know. So this is the guy, the college man.
Yeah, yeah.
It's unbelievable. You can see that he is a confused young man. They have played with his head to the point he doesn't even understand which direction he's going. Only God knows how scared he is. Because in his head, he is thinking of what they have told him privately. And now the position he's in and what he has to, not knowing what he has to say or what he doesn't have to say. You see that young man. And another thing is very pathetic. When you listen to this verbose idiot in South Africa,
yeah,
who calls himself Iwuagwu, most of these things are being exposed to him. And when you listen to him, you may think that he gets into some of these things to get this information for problem resolution. But Iwuagwu, from all intents and purposes, is into data gathering, collecting information. Whatever he's doing with it, only God knows. And you can see now that he dangles between IPOB and APC. You know, he is the most dangerous human being I see now. Whoever is working with him, I was listening to him, I think yesterday, and what really comes to my mind was that they brought him back as a hatchet man because he noticed that he wasn't making a headway in IPOB, and he was so frustrated and decided to make a mockery of himself. He was leaving, and people begged him. I know he called Onyendu's wife, called him and begged him to come back to IPOB and everything. All these things are just I don't know what to call it. But Iwuagwu is one of the most dangerous characters existing now that they are using. They brought him back for a purpose. I was listening to what he was saying 2 days ago or something like that. That now they are not allowed to attack other media warriors, one way or the other. And he was making a reference to Paul Achebe. I only heard what Paul Achebe said today. I never had that before. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, it's an old script, old program.
It's unbelievable that he went to that extent to call these people out and tell them exactly what they were doing.
Yeah.
And Iwuagwu, I thought they said that Methuselah is not a member of IPOB, but he's raising fund. And asking him what he's doing with the fund he raised and all those things. It's just like a snake biting its own tail. Mazi, there's no limit into what these people can do. We pray for quick release and return of Onyendu. Maybe some of this stupidity will come under control. Because most of the things we are hearing now. You don't, to them it's a game. To them it's a game. And our people are dying for nothing. For this type of characters. If it continues this way, I'm afraid some of the blood shed in Biafra land will be a waste. But God forbid. God forbid. God forbid. When these characters are jumping all over the place, there are so many of them. There are so many characters like this, jumping all over the place. But my prayer is that in the end, all these things will fall into place. And our mission will be well defined again. Because there are so many characters, so many hands in the dish. And these are not human hands. These are not human hands. So many things are taking place. We don't know, but soon it will be defined. Thank you, Mazi.
Yeah. Mazi, there we. So, Biafrans, we'll be calling it a day here because it's almost 4 hours now. No? Just like Ejima, I have not touched it the way we wanted, but we don't have more time on our side. As a anubana tata, nature wunta, na echi ukwu ụbọchị.
Oh yeah, man.
So Mazi, I can ego for coming to Fanatical IPOB program.
Thank you.
To say
Thank you so much.
No, I can ego Mazi. No, please remain focused as usual. You know, consistency, because we know America. God will bless you guys because we will have credible, very powerful men, credible man in America. People that stand and say, we will stand with Mazi Nnamdi no matter what. People that respect IPOB code of conduct. Because I will not leave without mentioning the two regional coordinator. Mazi Ndidanwolom, Biafra na Iwuagwu jide ka iji. Mazi Chi Eziokwu, Biafra na Asegwu jide ka iji. State coordinator Cosmos Dulu, and the rest of them. Unu buru ibu Mazi. Biafra unu jide kunu iji. Mazi, please give us your take-home point. So we call it a day.
Thank you, Mazi.
Yeah.
We are in this quagmire because Onyendu made it very clear.
Oh, we lost. Okay.
And when we are bought over, it wouldn't change what we are doing. The confusion will be there. He told us. But he made an appeal to all of us. He said during that difficult period, when your heart cannot take it anymore, go to your brain. You know, he was telling us, become critical and analytical thinkers. Use your brain and not your mind. Things may get tough, may get difficult. But remember, tough things or tough situations don't last. The tough people do. Yeah, this situation has come upon us. And most people will tell you they are confused. I don't know where the confusion is coming from. You were warned. You were told that this rain is going to fall. And the rain is pouring. And you are getting confused. You are getting so wet that you don't know where to take shelter. You don't know what to do. In no time, the rain will clear. And some people will start asking questions. What happened? I didn't know. Yes, they know. They know what happened. They know. They know. But in the end, it will clear up. Onyendu is coming out sooner than we expect. He's going to come out. Mazi, I make reference to the video by Sampe Master. Those who are listening who don't have that video, go back and listen to that video. That video was made 2017 when Onyendu was in the first detention. He clarified a whole lot of things. And what is happening now is not extraordinary. We know it's going to be tough. We know it's going to be tough. But we don't know how tough it's going to be. We know people are going to die, but we don't know who is going to die. We know a lot of people will desert the movement or the struggle, but we don't know who the deserter is going to be. But in the end, we are still here. And we urge every Biafran to fasten their belt for the last cause of the bumpy drive. It's bumpy, but I don't know if it's enough. It's going to get bumpy. All those who are holding their finances, it's up to you. But know that our leader is in detention. There are lawyers and there are other things. Mazi, as early as Monday, this week, last week, we were called upon and told that we need to pay for IPOB office in Israel. We are United States. Very few of us, Chike Doziem and China Samoro, divided United States into about 3 or 4 factions. And the same group who have been paying the bills of our leader, his legal fee, we are called upon to pay for the rent in Israel. I would think that IPOB leadership, DOS, they will maintain their office. They will keep the office. They are the leaders of IPOB. But we are called upon to pick up a tab in Israel. Otherwise, IPOB will lose its office in Israel. Do we have a choice? we have to answer the call. And we did. We are in this country. And they said that Madam Nenayanya is holding their fee, their IPOB fund. When they have divided IPOB into factions, collecting whatever revenue they can, and other people collect whatever revenue they can. And Madam Nenayanya had very few people who received the message from Onyendu and do or follow the instructions of Onyendu. And these very few are still the same people being called upon to pay the bill in Israel. I probably will remember that same call had come sometime for IPOB office in Germany, and it was taken care of. But today, it's IPOB office in Israel, and very few individuals in United States are being called upon by the head of finance, reminding us that we don't want to lose that office. Sure, we don't want to lose it. It's not IPOB office in United States. No, it's not. It's not IPOB office in Texas or California or New York. No. In Israel, that belongs to World IPOB. We are keeping it open, waiting for Onyendu to come back. And definitely he will come back. That office will remain open. Thank you, Mazi. I rest my case there. You are muted.
Yeah. Mazi. Yeah, sorry, I'm sorry. Mazi. Thank you so much, Mazi. No, Biafrans, we hope to see you next time where you're called to at least to make out time to join us. Although you know this is your platform, so it's a platform where we preach the gospel. So we appreciate your contribution today, Mazi. Chukwu kike abịama chewegu duwegu n'afọ ndị nọ na ndị ana. You know? You say Mazi.
You say Mazi. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay, Mazi. Yeah. So, Biafrans, I hope you guys enjoy the program. We have come to the end of this program. It's almost 4 hours with IPOB America PRO. Mazi Emeka, you want to know? All he said is facts. Fatwa. Oh, check it. Go and check. When you check, go to the bank, cash up. You cash up. What we are saying here is truth. So, Masun, when you have to ka ifu echi, ndu nwoke ndu nwanya. Ụmụ nwanne ka anyị bụ. Onye gburu nwanne ya. Onye gburu nwanne ya gburu odogwu. Onye gburu nwanne ya ọ gburu odogwu. Onye gburu nwanne ya gburu odogwu. Ka ọ dị mma mmanụ. What did I put?
Amuna gibiliben. Omume ya tantam bureni ya komputa onu ya tantam ijuku ya tantam kọmputa